Ah, there we go. Sorry, folks, I had a technical issue going on. Good evening, folks. Welcome. Welcome to... I'm assuming this is live now. I've had a first stream of 2025, technical issues. Typical. Am I on? I think I'm on. I'm assuming I'm on. Oh, I'm on. Excellent. I started up the stream as normal. Click go live, and the screen was still saying preview screen. I'm like, so I was talking away for at least a minute, saying, if you can hear me, let me know, because I don't think I'm live. Am I live? Am I not live? Anyway, I wasn't live, so I had to refresh the page and go through it all again. Hence why I'm a minute late. Great start to the new year. Right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Louis, welcome. Dirk, welcome. Good evening and Happy New Year. Ollie, good to see you. Welcome. Catherine, good evening to you. And Cham too. And of course, Sky X, if you are still with us. You put your comment up early, but if you are here, this could be your first stream with us. Welcome. Good to see you. First day back in the office today. Wasn't too bad. Helping a new starter with their induction. I've got to admit, it's Thursday, which means there's only tomorrow, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, then I'm back to work. It's probably not an underestimation to say I'm actually dreading going back. And I've never been like that with work, where I currently work. I've never been like it at all. I've always been like, well, you know, I'd rather be at home. But it is what it is, whereas this time, and I don't think it's necessarily to do with work, I think it's to do with the fact that actually, because I haven't had any time off since May, and I'm having this time off now, I've got so used to being able to get up at 9 at my leisure, do my bits and my bobs, do my exercise first thing in the morning, and have a leisurely breakfast at 10:30, and jump in the shower, sit at my desk, do some reading, do my horse racing. After my horse racing's finished, then I've got all afternoon, potter about, play some Red Dead Redemption 2, maybe do a stream. I mentioned this when I had my 9 months off, if you remember, in 2015/16, that I said that people that say, oh, I don't know, if it didn't work, I don't know what I'll do with myself. But I'll laugh. I know exactly what I'll be doing with myself. Not working for a start. Yeah, I'll be enjoying myself. It's been really, really good. And I also find it a lot easier, coming to your comment, Catherine, to stick to a dietary regimen when you're not at work. Have I been able to stick to my diet? I mean, I know it's only like, it's not a diet, I don't want to call it a diet, it's not a diet. To my healthy habits since the 30th of December. I started my fresh start before New Year. So did I have any alcohol on New Year's Eve? I had 2 sips of rum on New Year's Eve. 2 sips. Partly because I had a bit of a stomach issue, but yeah, I had 2 sips of rum. Yesterday, New Year's Day, my neighbours came over, and I thought, oh, I'll have a drink. I've been teetotal since Sunday. It's now Wednesday. Feels like it's been a long time, but it's quite bad, that, isn't it? Yeah. And I had 2 small Morgans, one with orange juice and one with Fanta Fruit Twist, because I didn't have any Coke. Go figure. But anyway, yeah, it's been great. It's been bliss being off work. I've really, really enjoyed it. So let me know how the volume levels are. I did a test because you might not have noticed. The more eagle-eyed you will have noticed I'm using headphones and not my headset. So I've had to change the settings for the sound, and the audio was really loud on OBS when I did a test video. So I've adjusted it so that it should be fairly balanced. But if you want it a bit lower, the game music, just let me know. This is probably going to be louder than the game itself. But yeah, Happy New Year, folks. Happy New Year. I thought it might be a bit loud. I thought that would be the case, but I was kind of judging it based on the fact that when we start the game, it's probably going to be a bit quieter. But I'll just drop it. Oh no, there you go. I'll drop it out completely for you. Just go from one extreme to the other. There you go. Let's click out the game, and I've lost the chat now too. Oh, come on. It's a professional stream, this. It's a good job I'm not streaming to Twitch for the first time tonight, if you've not noticed. Yeah, what a good impression I'd give. Complete utter amateur. Right, it might still be a little bit loud, but it should be softer than it was. We'll see how it is when we get into the game. But how did I ring in the new year? I stayed at home. This is the first time I've done this. I can't even remember. I had no friends over. I went nowhere. I did nothing. It was just me and my mother. I played Red Dead Redemption 2 up until 11:30. I went downstairs, had a drink, and then we toasted the new year in, and that was it. Quiet, chilled, watched the fireworks, had a bit of a chit chat, and then came upstairs and carried on playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean, somebody put a meme or something on the Discord server about what gamers do at New Year's Eve. It's like, you know, up until 11:59 the gaming, and then light a candle or whatever, Happy New Year, and then back to gaming. That was me. I give it about 45 minutes, to be fair. But yeah, that was me. Where's the crown? Another reign of terror incoming. I did the same, stayed at home, played a game. Yeah, I'm at probably that age now where I can be like really grumpy and say, it's everything. If you were going to go out, and I've only been out for New Year's, I think twice. It's busy, it's packed, you can't get to the bar, it's expensive, you've got to pay to get in. I could, even if I had some friends over, the bar, it's an open bar, help yourself. If I want to get to the bar, there's nobody in front of me. Happy days, there's nobody to bump into me. Stand on my feet. Oh, and it's already paid for because I paid for this alcohol, God knows when. It's just been sat on the bar for the past 6 months. It's just so much easier. You can play the music you like. Nights in are the new nights out, I'm telling you. Anyway, we're not here to talk about nights in and nights out. We're here to talk about this game. So, that's the New Year's resolution, by the way. I mean, some of you may like the flim flam, but I'm cutting flim flam on every stream to a maximum of 15 minutes at the start. I'm cutting the flim flam down to a 15-minute time scale, and then we'll feed the rest in during the session so that we can get things moving a little bit, tiny bit quicker. Some baking. Oh, cool. Baking's nice, relaxing, and of course at the end of it, well, no disrespect if you make a painting or a music composition, you know, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's good. In fact, it's probably more enduring than some food, but nonetheless, when you bake, there's an end product that's just delicious to eat at the end of it. You know, added bonus, I feel. A hobby that involves cooking up something really delicious that you can eat it afterwards is like a 2-for-1 deal. Okay, Liv, welcome. This is King Romus's artiste. Naysaying art. Yeah, just as you arrived, Liv. I did try to kind of get round it by saying, you know, art is longer lasting than a piece of food, as is a piece of music, you know. A piece of food is delicious for the time that you've eaten it, but who's going to remember a piece of food in 4 days' time, let alone a year's time, 2 years? A good piece of art? Timeless. Multiple. And depending on what you make, you're only going to feed so many people with a bit of food, aren't you? Whereas a good painting, millions of people could see it. Of course, you know. You can't eat through art. But I can actually eat these cinnamon... Oh, don't, Ollie. You know I love cinnamon rolls, oh my gosh. Ooh. It's almost like, yeah, who cares about longevity? Who cares about how many people are going to see that lovely piece of art? Cinnamon rolls, for heaven's sake. Oh dear. Right, okay. So, a couple of things. And then we're going to dive into the game. As I said, flim flam, cutting it short, especially today because it's a new series and I want to dive in myself. I'm quite excited about this playthrough. I did say I was going to stream to multiple platforms today, or try. I had a very busy day. I had a hypo attack earlier, got up late, so I've had no time to do any further research. So although I can stream to YouTube and Twitch with a simple plugin in OBS, I would need to figure out how to join the chats together, which is something that Restream provides that this plugin doesn't. So I've got to find an alternative way to merge the chats. But I've also actually got to set up my Twitch account because I've got a Twitch account, but it's not set up for streaming because I've never intended to stream there. So I've got to set that up. then figure out how to merge the chats, and I had no time to do that today. So I am planning to do it, and sometime in January. It might be a good way. It might be a good thing to start the Three Kingdom series with. Just really put my eggs in one basket and not only start the series that's been a meme on the channel for the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but actually also stream to Twitch for the first time. It could be quite a momentous occasion. But yeah, so I will be working on that, and I can't believe how simple it seems with this plugin. So I was really impressed when I was watching it last night at this morning at 10 to 2. Right, so yeah, we will be doing that, but obviously not today. And I did also say in the Discord server or in the description or whatever that there'll be some dress up today, because I had dressed up for a while, and I was watching a video yesterday. I thought, do you know what? It just triggered me. I thought, oh, it's about time I got dressed for an occasion. What better occasion than playing royalty? So I'm not dressed for the occasion right now. Oh, of course not. There's nothing going on, is there? But at the appropriate moment, within the first hour of the stream, I'm sure it'll happen. We'll get to that point in the game. I'll have to get changed, because the king will be getting crowned, and I can't get crowned looking like this, can I? So yes, we'll be getting dressed up for the stream part way through, probably within the next hour. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Right. So that's the two bits of technical issues, technical things. The final technical thing, this is to do with the game, to be fair, so it's not really flim-flam, is there's a lot of codecs, like there was in the original game. So what I'm planning on doing is doing codec sessions in between the main sessions. So if there's loads of interesting codex entries, rather than slow the playthrough down with looking at everything that I want to look at on the codex tooltips, we look at the important ones very quickly and briefly, but I will be doing codex full readouts in between the sessions. I thought that'd be quite cool. Give me something to do sometimes, and some alternative videos to put up. And if you haven't got the game, or you're interested in what certain things are, and to help you engross yourself in the lore of the game, then as I said, I'll do some dedicated codex reading sessions. Could also prove some people might want to listen to me read them to sleep on a night. I thought that, dual purpose. Debo's bedroom lullabies to the backdrop of Suzerain codex entries. But anyway, there you go. That's everything I need to get off my chest for now. I'm sure your questions will roll in during the stream, which will send me off on many a tangent, but at the very least we'll get the game started. So here we are, it's Suzerain. We played the base game as the ruler, Anton Rain of Swordland. I played it twice on the channel. I played it 4 times in total, which is the most I've replayed a game since Mass Effect 1, because I played that probably 6 times now, and that's from somebody that doesn't replay games. So yeah, that tells you how much I have enjoyed this game so far, and now it's got more to give in the form of a DLC where we play the King of Rizia. Rizia's cropped up in our original playthrough a handful of times. I think we might have got ourselves involved in an energy alliance with them, and here we are. This playthrough takes place during a crossover period with Anton Rain, and we can import our previous game save into this playthrough so that it gives some flavour and context to the decisions that are being made in Swordland whilst we're playing as the King of Rizia, which is pretty cool, isn't it? So the question that we have to start the session with before we press play is, which playthrough are we going to import into our Kingdom of Rizia playthrough? So, new game. No? How do we do this? How do we do this? How do we play the Kingdom of Rizia? Story DLC? New game? How do you actually start it? This is a great start, isn't it? Can't figure out how to start the game. You just do new game or something. I thought you clicked on this. I thought it's not even asking us what we want to enter. Right, that's Rizia 1. This is a test. Rizia 1. Start story. No, this is wrong. This is the main game. Collections, no. What do we do here? Am I being stupid? Am I being... Click on the map. Oh, hang on. I can't click on the map. Why is it... What's happened here? New game. Click on... No? Is this a glitch? I've clicked on new game. Let's try this again. Right, Rizia 1. Jesus, wet. Right, how do we do it? Where is it? Oh, there! Oh, bloody hellfire. It's okay, folks. It's 2025. New starts. New starts on all that. I had a technical issue at the start of the stream and I can't even figure out how to start a flipping game. I think I need to retire, folks. 50-year anniversary. April is actually retirement party. I think I'm not cut out for this anymore. Right, come on, let's get cracking. Kingdom of Rizia. Right, here we are. Here we are, a semi-constitutional monarchy. Population 40 million. 37 million in Swordland, so a much more compact country, but more populous, is old Rizia here. Our state religion is Ruhism. Key exports: gas, gold and wine. Doesn't sound like a poor country, does it? We're exporting that. Yeah, gas, gold. Anybody want any gas? Yeah, happy days, that's fine. Anybody want any wine? Yeah, wine? Wine's nice, yes. I mean, it's not as good as Geralt of Ribery's wine, clearly. I don't think so. Gold? Anybody want any gold? Got lots of the stuff. Come on, line up, come on down. Starting date 1950. We started as Anton Reign in 54, so the start of our campaign will predate us taking control of Anton Reign. At 54 onwards, we'll see the crossover, I assume. Torpor mode means we can't reload, but we never would. Although there has been times, I think, where sometimes decisions might be... It happened a couple of times in the original playthrough, the first time round I played through, where decisions... I won't say there were game mechanic issues, but they were not obvious what the choice was trying to make. So just in case we get a situation like that, I'm actually going to remove it. Oh, you can't because you've got to finish the game at least once. Forget what I'm saying. I thought maybe because we completed the base game we could turn torpor mode off if we wanted here too, but no. No. Right, our King Romus Toras is not going to look like that. Not a chance. We get to customise him, and Liv will be watching closely. King Romus is, as I said, personal artiste. He wants to be done up appropriately, looking his best for the portrait. But yeah, here he is. He's ascended the throne. His reign begins under geopolitical strife. Why can't these things begin with a reign of prosperity? You've inherited a perfectly peaceful realm where everything's working. Why? Contention between royal houses and demands for reclamation of lost lands. Right, okay. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Now, the only thing that, obviously, we're used to the game, we've played the base game, but this is a DLC, and there will be some different mechanics. I've briefly seen things look a bit different. So, I am open to tips on game mechanics, if you've played the game before, of course, in terms of the DLC. But obviously, no sort of storyline spoilers, etc. You might not have even played the game, but you still know where things are, as demonstrated by this situation. But anyway, I will learn as I go. I can't see it being massively different from the base game, but there'll be a couple of little things, and maybe the game will do a good job of explaining it. But yeah, feel free to chip in with any sort of footnotes, if you will, if you want. Right, let's start the story. Let's get this show on the road. We are King Romus Toras. No, we're not, because we have to load the game save in. How do we do that now? Okay. I didn't think it was going to be this complicated. You would need to load your main Suzerain playthrough. What, you mean like this? How do we do this? Rizia 1, Rizia 1? Oh, oh my god. Okay, let's... the real me, the demo 1, the demo... the off-camera one. I've got a lot of game files here. Right, okay, so the first question is then, we'll get this sorted now. Which game save do you want to load in? We have two off-camera playthroughs, which we'll obviously leave because you didn't see what happened in those. And we had two on-camera playthroughs. The first one, we were quite a good president in terms of wanting to help people, quite pro-education, anti-military, which got us imprisoned in the end. But yeah, nice guy generally, tried to do his best. But yeah, we got a military coup situation happen. We got put in prison for a very long time. Our son died because we skimped on the military. And I can't remember what happened after we somebody else took over. So that was the first playthrough. The second playthrough was just carnage. Everybody, we died. We got stormed by Rumberg. It was horrendous. We ended up dead. Yeah, in the first playthrough, at least we retired perfectly. Retired peacefully, sorry. Yes, so I will tell you that out of the two playthroughs that I did off camera, the first playthrough I successfully got to the re-election stage as a very kind of capitalist president reign, overly capitalist I think, and basically we teamed up with the Pifjib people, and when it came to re-elections, the Pifjib people got elected. So we retired to our vineyard in that playthrough, and this last chance saloon playthrough, which was called this because I wanted to try to this was my last attempt at getting a good ending where we got re-elected. We did manage to do it. We did manage to get everything. The recession turned around, prosperity, women's rights were increased, yeah, and we got re-elected. So this was my final perfect playthrough. I got there in the end. But anyway, so which playthrough do you want? The one where I need to set a poll, apparently. How do we do that? Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Okay. Ask a question. Oh, this is all very technical. Sorry. Ask a question. First, start poll. Add an option. First. Oh, which? Oh no. Which playthrough? How do we do this? Oh, for heavens. I should have left this to competent people like Ollie. I can't understand. Ollie, can you do a poll? I can't work it out. I'm not having a good evening today. Honest to goodness. Right. First playthrough. There's an option that says yes or no, and I couldn't delete the yes and no. And I'm like, well, I don't want a yes or no. I want to put my own answers in. It's awkward when you're trying to do it live on camera and you've got the music cut out, so everything's silent. It's like all eyes are on you. It's the pressure. Right. So we'll do a poll. First playthrough, where military coup playthrough or destruction, death and destruction playthrough, basically. And we'll see what we're going to. But how do we load the playthrough in? If you load final save. I wonder if you load the final save, it just goes straight into the Kingdom of Rizia. Shall I try it? Let's load that. What happens if we load that? Oh, it does! You do it that way! Bloody hellfire. Right, so we've got to just load the game from a completed playthrough. Oh, that makes sense, I suppose. There we go. Yeah, so this Dictator playthrough was the playthrough where I... that was my first attempt at... Oh, yes, I didn't finish that playthrough, actually. Yeah. Have we got The first playthrough would be best. Let me, do you know what? Let's get this. How do you do this poll? Add option. Add an option. First. Add an option. Second. Oh, he's done. Oh, he's done it on straw poll. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Yes, using an external poll, good option. When the YouTube poll fails you. Oh, I can't. Let me click on it now. Hang on. The excitement's killing me. I'm going to vote myself as well. You can't see it this time, can you? I didn't play it. Oh, I did play a dictator, yeah. The military coup episode. Oh, yeah, I'm going to... Yeah, there we go. Press my vote. Vote successful. There's my results. So, okay, so 6 people have voted for military coup. I'm glad you did. Well, I think that's overwhelming enough in this very short time scale, so we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. Right, perfect. Thank you for seeing sense, people. Seeing the... playing with the other guy in charge of sort... It would have been an interesting playthrough from maybe our perspective, from outside looking in. That would have been quite interesting, but no, you've gone for... The, is it this one? No, I want that one. Was it this one? Am I already doing it? Go back a second. Load. Must have been that one. 9th of June. I think it's this one. Must be. Right. So, 28 minutes in, which is actually still ahead of a normal flim-flam schedule, even with all these technical issues. So we're still winning, we're still winning. Here we go, without further ado, finally starting. Kingdom of Rizia, DLC. I want to take a drink, but I can't, because it's in a prop, for my dress-up part. I want to take a drink. It's okay, I'll drink some squash instead. Monarch, your reign and your abode, your sceptre and the all you hold, and e'en the ground on which you trod, all will be dust when you are cold. Drink water. Do you have a suit and crown? Of course I have a suit and crown. And additional props too. You think I'm messing around here? I'm going to be a king, for heaven's sake. I can't look old shoddy. Right. 1905, Monkeys, Kingdom of Rizia, and we open our eyes to the realm. Becoming a king was never... I've not told you which kind of king I'm going to be, have I? I think I might have mentioned it in the past. I might have changed my mind, though. I'm not going to mention nothing about who I'm going to be. You're going to see it develop before your very eyes. Sculptor, welcome. It was a pleasure, sir. It was a pleasure. Becoming a king was never your choice. It was... your burden. Burden, you say? Burden? It was my birthright. From a young age, you knew you were no ordinary child. You were Romus Toras, grandson of Queen Liza, my grandmother obviously, ruler of all of Rizia, son of Crown Prince Valero, the Duke of Valankiris. Your home province. It's as much as we need to know. For most of the year, you lived with your father Valero and your mother Estella in a lavish palace atop the cliffs of Monkeys. Each summer, though, you visit your mother's common-born family? I don't think so. Went hunting with your father's brother Hugo in the foot there? I don't think so either. No, we stayed with our grandmother at the royal residence in Port Drazen. There was something about the place which resonated with us, I think. You were fascinated by the splendour of your surroundings and the intricacies of your grandmother's court. Every autumn, you returned home a little wiser. When Queen Liza died, the whole country grieved, but the mourning could only last for so long. There was a new king to crown. My father, obviously. You remember 2 things, 1918 we're on now, about King Valero's coronation. the whispers that Hugo, now the Duke of Vilankiris, was actually the rightful king, and the shouts of protesters outside the palace gates. Alone with your father after the ceremony, you asked him about the protests. Your father laughed and told you that some people had come to believe Rizia shouldn't be ruled by a monarch anymore. But of course, he assured you they were wrong. Naturally. Life in Port Drazen was less exciting than you expected. You were tutored privately and rarely had contact with non-royals. At the palace, the closest person to your age was Pavel, the groundkeeper's son. A quiet but friendly kid who knew about every plant in the palace gardens. Bless him. You enjoyed bossing him around. When you came of age, your father invited you to start sitting in on royal council meetings. You decided that you would love to join. The council members took you under their wing, catching you up on the issues of the day. One of their main concerns was Pales, a former part of Rizia that had long belonged to the Empire of Valgos. Now that the Empire had fallen, War Councillor General Tadius Azaro was launching a military campaign to take the newly independent region back. One of Rizia's 3 noble houses. All these provinces to have to relearn now. So, you thought it was a lost cause, agreed that it was time to reconquer the territory, didn't have an opinion either way. No, it was definitely time to reconquer territory. 1925. As you continue to serve on the council, the Reclamation War dragged on. It seemed like an easy victory until your northern neighbour, Lesbia, got involved, sending weapons and financial aid to Pales. Oh, is that so? Lesbia, eh? Protests against the war sprouted up around the country. You demanded he cracked down on the traitors, of course. A few arrests were made, but the fire had been lit. Your next council meeting was interrupted by the announcement that the Navy had mutinied. Bloody clashes between pro- and anti-monarchists were erupting across the country. The century of revolutions had reached Rizia at last. The head of the palace security insisted you be driven to a safe house outside of Port Drazen. As you left city limits, though an unmarked car swerved in front of you, blocking the road. A trio of masked men with guns jumped out, quickly overpowered your guards, and forced you out of the vehicle. Complied with their demands? I think so. Listen, I don't want to be killed, even a laugh. We've got money! We've got jewels! Just don't hurt me. You recognise one of their voices. Lucas Sazan, Duke of Brenus and the head of Rizia's 3rd royal house. A hood went over your head. Okay, well, we won't forget this in a hurry. Then darkness. They held you captive for nearly a week. When rescue finally came, it was in the form of a man with a white, blue and magenta flag on his fatigues. Valen's flag. At the palace you pieced together what had happened. In desperation, your father had pleaded for aid of Rizia's northern neighbour, Valen, to neutralise the uprising. But that help came at a price. Over the next year, the two nations worked out an agreement to transfer control of the port of Zeal and its surrounding region, home to rich natural resources and millions of people. For the next 25 years, Zeal would belong to Valen, which means 1951 that expires, which means that's probably going to be an issue that we have to deal with in this playthrough. You wondered how King Valero could have been so stupid. There has surely got to have been another way. Desperation? Weakness, actually. Ungrateful swine. The traitor Lucas it's already been done. It's already been dealt with. The traitor Lucas Sazan was executed and his pregnant wife sent into exile. A further punishment, Isa, the capital of Brenus, home to Rizia's largest university, and the Sazan's ancestral home was handed over to your family. Oh. Your uncle Hugo was sent to serve as a steward, or as its steward rather. In turn you were to take his place as reigning Duke of Valencaris. At your childhood home in Monkeys, you focus on finding and punishing the remaining traitors to the throne. Oh, yes please. Putting hood over my head? Are you joking me? 1930. Your regent came to see you as a cruel but capable leader. One day, the king came for an unannounced visit. He brought with him a pale-skinned young woman with striking blue eyes. Hesitantly, she introduced herself as Lena Livingston, the sister of the well-known Queen Beatrice of Rumburg. Her sister Lena, of course, our wife-to-be. Now, we're not probably stupid. We've been in court for a long time. We appreciate the fact and know the fact that Rumburg are a mighty superpower. And so, this makes complete and utter sense. And so, we will do our curtsy and kiss her hand. My dear Lena, how do you do? King Valero told you that he had no choice. With Valen descending into civil war, Rizia needed a new ally. A partnership with the Kingdom of Rumburg, cemented with an arranged marriage, was in the best interest of both monarchies. Besides, he added, you would surely grow to love her. Even if we don't. He was right. You and Lena began having hours-long conversations about your royal upbringings, hopes and dreams. By the time you lifted her veil, you knew it was true love. So we did grow to love her. Well done, Father. Good choice. The years after your wedding and the birth of your daughter Vina, Lena and Vina, were the happiest of your life. The only trouble was... Ooh, I didn't expect... This is something I've not given much thought to. No, he's... I didn't plan to play him necessarily as a family man, but the blurb is telling us he's a family man. So, we're going to play him as we played our first guy as a family man. It would be nice to play somebody a bit different, I suppose. But no, I'll play him as a family man too. He loves his wife. He's had a lovely daughter. He understands, strong family, strong... we're royals here. But, however, royal duties do come first, I'm afraid. So, royal duties getting in our way was a little bit of a bugbear, but nonetheless, royal duties had to be carried out. With Rumburg's help, Rizia's economy bounced back to levels it hadn't seen since the glory days of Queen Liza. Wealthy Rumburgians started moving to the cities. So did economic migrants from neighbouring Murella and Derdia, and Vezek seeking asylum from the civil war. You celebrated Rizia's new diversity, were suspicious of these newcomers, welcomed the new arrivals, but were secretly glad that a few of them settled in your province. Or glad that few of them settled in your province. Okay, interesting. going to go with this option here. If it's for the good of the country and it's working well, which, you know, it seems to be doing so in some of the people, happy days, but just not here. Thank you. Many of the foreigners ended up in the province of Brenus, where a nationalist movement called Su Omina puts Rizia above all. Rizia above all. Okay, nationalists. They began demanding that the king put Rizia above all. As Duke of Eza, your Uncle Hugo turned a blind eye to Su Omina's activities, while his teenage son Ricardus became a vocal supporter. Eventually Ricardus, better known as Rico, approached you about speaking at one of the group's rallies. No, I refused. Sorry, I can't be here to rally, you fool. A nationalist rally. We've just welcomed the people in. We don't want to associate ourselves, I don't think, with this. Keep a neutral standpoint. We're a monarch, we're supposed to be neutral, aren't we? It's not a full constitutional, semi-constitutional, but nonetheless. Exactly. Can you imagine old Charlie boy, EDF rally? Hey Charlie, wanna come to our EDF rally? Oh, we're not a king yet, by the way. Oh, that's very true. Prince William. Prince William? Wills? You want to come to this EDF rally? Is he going to go as well? He's not either, is he? Same rules apply, I think. No, it's not kingly. Or future kingly. It's not princely. Crown prince, actually. Your uncle was displeased, but said nothing. And thus a few more years pass. 1942, Dark Horizons. You slowly realise that the uprising had broken something in your father. As we said before, with the whole desperation and Valen situation, weak. He began neglecting his duties as he became increasingly preoccupied with threats, both real and imaginary. Outside of the country, he gained a new nickname, Valero the Frail. You found yourself under more and more pressure to make up for your father's shortcomings. Lena was patient and understanding, one of the many things you loved about her. For her 10th birthday, Vina asked to go on a sailing trip with the two of you. I mean, we can surely take some time out of our busy schedule for a flipping sailing trip, for heaven's sake. We're not that much of a workaholic, are we? And this is what the game is trying to imply. As much as we are doing more and more to make up for my father's shortcomings, he still is the flipping king. And perhaps us going sailing was a way to show the nation that actually it's time for somebody else to step up, you know what I mean? Abdication, my friend, step aside. New king in town. You happy I went along? In the middle of the Gulf of Valancaris, the weather turned unexpectedly stormy. When the captain tried to turn the boat around, it was hit by a breaking wave and cracked in half. The Coast Guard got to you and your daughter on time, but by the time they pulled Lena out, she was barely breathing. They rushed her to the hospital, but she died holding my hand. Oh my God! Well, I thought we were going to have a lovely, happy... You were devastated. After the funeral, your mother Estella came to visit and found you hardly able to function. She promptly moved in to help out with Vina. Hugo suggested you turn to Ruicism, Rizia's official religion, to cope with your loss. Perfect. We're gonna be a man of faith, and it's Johann reimagined. I didn't think we were going to get any options to do with religion, but now it's come up. Oh, we're going to be a very religious man. We are going to be a very religious man. Yes, I think it's time to be pro-religion for a change. In faith, you finally found solace. Meanwhile, the situation in the capital worsened. Rizia nationalists continued to protest the loss of zeal and the country's increasing diversity. Rumours spread that an anti-monarchist movement was beginning to grow once more. Your father called Hugo back from Isa to keep an eye on his council. You wondered what the country was coming to. You reasoned the king had brought troubles on himself. You believed that that things could be better. Well, obviously, things could be better. Yeah. What was happening to this country before our very eyes? I mean, it is as a result of this, but this, nonetheless, is not good. Even with Hugo advising him as Grand Vizier, King Valero seemed powerless to address the escalating tensions. Hugo suggested to the king that you be entrusted with certain responsibilities. Upon agreement from the king and the royal council, you were granted the opportunity to aid as the crown prince. You chose to concentrate on enforcing internal security and the passing of necessary royal decrees, strengthening the armed forces and building new military formations, increasing gold production and tax collection, enhancing the extraction of oil, coal and gas, spearheading a public relations campaign to boost national opinion of the royal family. Interesting choices. Clearly will have an impact on the playthrough here, I would imagine. So, internal security. This is a tough choice. It's not only tough because it's flipping 5 options, but actually, yeah. Do we focus on internal security? We've got protests happening. We've got protests happening from anti-monarchists and nationalists. So internal security does sound like a big, important thing. Strengthening the armed forces, not interested in that. There's no obvious wars on the horizon, is there? I don't think. Gold, there will be at some point, I'm sure, because we did mention expansion, didn't we? Or reclaiming lost land, so military could be actually a good focus for that, I suppose. But it's not happening right now. So, increasing gold production and tax collection. Money, money, money. Dee 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 dee. Again, having money is nice, but there's more pressing issues that things cost money, don't get me wrong. But again, I can't look past internal security threats. The country's going to rack and ruin before our very eyes. So again, fall out of the question. Public relations about the national opinion of the royal family. I couldn't care less what people think of the royal family. They've got us and they're stuck with us, whether they like it or not. Does it look like I'm going anywhere fast? We're not king yet, but in our mind's eye we already are, because our father's useless. So yeah, it's got to be enforcing internal security. It's got to be. Outsiders also took notice of the king's decline. One of them was Axel Reinhardt. What a name. There's some great names in this playthrough so far. The Grand Duke of Pales. The new ruler of the Grand Duchy of Pales. Ooh, Pales. He sent you an invitation to visit him on 2 conditions. You were to go alone and without your father's knowledge. Sounds like a surefire way to walk into an ambush and a bit of a death trap, you know, but actually, interestingly, we put precautions in place, but we accepted. It was your first time in Pales since childhood. You were surprised at how modern everything seemed now. Duke Reinhardt welcomed you to his palace. He said he was hoping to re-establish relations with Rizia once you became king. You Told him that would only be possible once Pales joined Rizia, where it belonged. Said you were looking forward to putting the past behind you. Agreed that a Thor could be lucrative on both sides. Refused to promise anything. It's got to be this one, hasn't it? Thanks for the invite, but you want relations, buddy? You come back to whence you came. We're not going to be happy until it's back. It's mine. It's ours. My lands. The Duke was taking her back and ordered you to leave at once. Get him out of here. And afterwards, you told your father about my trip. Why would I hide it? He invited me, and I told him. Well, I put him on notice. Those lands are ours. As long as I'm alive, I'll never forget it. The king was pleased you stood up to the Duke, but furious that you had gone behind his back. He accused you of betrayal. Yeah, I kind of feel like at this point that would be quite a trigger. How dare you? After all I've done for you, all your cock-ups, you're not fit to run a brothel, let alone a country. How dare you accuse me of betrayal? Explosion time. As Vina grew into an intelligent, self-reliant young woman, your mother moved from Monkeys back to the capital. She called you one night, her voice shaking. The king was dying. He'd gone straight to bed after dinner. When your mother went to check on him later, she found him comatose in bed. The doctors suspected a heart attack. This is a year after we exploded it, and this is not our fault, people. This is not got nothing to do with this. This was a year later. Nonetheless, he was our father. Years passed. You know, I'm not saying that we're going to disrespect the man or whatever. So, yeah, we did rush to see him. Your father looked pale as a ghost. It took all his effort to speak. In a hoarse whisper, he warned you not to follow in his footsteps, as if I needed a warning about that. Your reign would be a fresh start for House Toras. A new chance to take back the lands that were lost. And then he finally closed his eyes. Only after his funeral, gathered at the palace with your mother and daughter, did the realization begin to dawn on you. From the day you were born, your entire life had been leading to this moment. And now it was finally here. It's not probably much for modern day monarchs, I would assume, but back in the day, it's almost like a bittersweet kind of situation, because for you to get your crowning moment, your father, usually your father, maybe your mother, maybe your brother, but usually your father, has to be dead. You pop your clogs, it's my time. But, you know, good old King Charles here. I mean, the Queen went on to, well, how old was she? 90 odd? It's a long time to wait for your time, isn't it? That would be a cynical way to look at it, surely. But anyway, the moment has arrived. Oh, is it still too loud? There you go. Music's finished. It's fine. It's because I'm using these headphones, you see. It's not the usual sound settings. I will just drop it down another bit more. Oh, there we go. Just another decibel. Another decibel should do it. And if it's still too loud, we can just use the game volume. Right. Important decision time. What is our King Romus Toras going to look like? Let's take a look at the hairstyles first. I'm stuck with this. Hey, this music's a bit lively, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to try to forge his face in the image that I think befits his character. And that's actually quite good. Oh, hats. Ooh. As much as I would like to put a hat on, I think we're going to be mine. Is any crowns any crowns here? Oh, we've got to have a crown on then, haven't we? Surely. Just because it's got a crown on, we have to have a crown. We will not be seen without a crown in public. Okay? Right, facial hair. Right, hello there, chaps. Magnificent, intellectual, full beard. Full beard looks nice, but it doesn't suit my image of him. Yeah, that fits. Actually, is that Vulpes? Is it? You just said make him look like Vulpes, and I stopped at this beard without seeing that and thought this is the perfect look. Now, his Vulpes' beard is not too dissimilar from that, funnily enough. Right, attire. I quite like that attire, to be fair. We're not rolling out in a hi. I'm the king. I'm rolling out in a suit, just like a day out at court, as in, you know, off to the office. Where's my briefcase? With the flipping king. We should look like a bloody king. That is precisely what we're wearing. I like that. I like that. Background turquoise. No. The colour of... I don't know if you noticed, but you know, this the royal colour purple. I put the purple lights on today. Same with the background. If it's not purple on here, then it's got to be gold. Gold. Kingly. Rizia's full of it. We export it, for heaven's sake. Accessories. Okay, let's have a look at some accessories. Yeah, we're the kind of king that rolls around with a crown and a cigar hanging out of our mouth. That is... What a look. Lesbian cigars. After what Lesbia did to us and funded Pales, they're on our blacklist as well. You can stick your lesbian cigars up your jacksie. No, we don't need any... we don't need any accessories. There you go, that's as much as we can do. There is our Romus Toras, folks. The crown is very gaudy. Yes, and it is your job as the king's artiste to make it look less gaudy in any portraits. Alright? Are we happy with that? I don't think any of us are going to be happy with this. He looks like a fool. But this is my image of him. I think it fits him nicely. Yeah, that's Romus Toras. That's him precisely. That is exactly him. Okay, without further ado, have you got time? Have you screenshotted everything? Got his good side? Looks like a little finger a little bit. Little finger, won't be a patch on this man. Are you sure about your choices? I am very sure. Right, we have some decisions to make. Music might still be a bit loud. This music is actually louder than the menu music. Strategic Focus Selection Panel. Right, as King Romus Toras, you have extensive power to enact and shape the course of the Golden Kingdom. By choosing different focus options, you can gain different strategic advantages. So, government structure intention. Opting for absolutism would solidify monarchic traditions within House Toras, whilst considering reform aligns with House Suzerain and the Rizian People's Party, signalling a shift towards wider civic participation and resource distribution. Conversely, the status quo upholds the current balance of power and provincial autonomy. So, status quo, things remain as they are. Reform is moving towards a more republic, kind of less monarchistic, I would say. Is that right? Whereas absolutism is no, we're going completely full monarchy here, people. I am the king, and I need more power. I mean, it seems like an obvious choice for our Romus tourism. Where did I come from? Yeah. You don't need democracy. I'm here. Your democracy is sat here. What more democracy do you need? I'm the king. Absolutism. Absolutely. Economic strategy. A focus on strengthening our resource economy involves leveraging natural assets and safeguarding long-term energy commitments. Alternatively, diversifying the economy beyond resource reliance aims for a balanced financial landscape, mitigating over-reliance risk. A mixed strategy offers more flexibility. So, resources more self-sufficient. Diversifying aims for a balanced financial landscape, diversifying the economy. I mean, ultimately, I don't know if this will probably have long-term effects in addition just to the extra boost to these stats, which we'll get to when we start the game. Strengthening our resources, diversifying the economy to other things, which will mitigate over-reliance on I think it means over-reliance on resources here. So diversifying, just in case resources, something happens with them, or a mixed approach offers more flexibility. I don't kind of like piggy in the middle options. Nameless Crusader, good evening to you. Welcome. Mixed approach, authority. Authority is actually our highest stat. Oh, and certain things. Oh, it's got a tick over. So the budget is going to tick over every turn, whereas before it was static. But then things obviously will. Oh, this is interesting. And energy. So we've got authority, budget, and energy. So energy is going to play a part in this game. So the energy sector. Okay, cool. Right, I'm thinking mixed approach. Mixed approach here. So I'm this could be interesting then, because this might not be just +1 authority. This might be +1 authority per turn. It's quite a big thing, isn't it? That's not just like, there you go, about 1 extra authority. It might be. I'm not sure. Could be. Relying on natural assets. We've got a lot of natural assets. We have got a lot of natural assets. Gold, for heaven's sake. But given that we've got these options, I do wonder whether or not our assets might dry up or something might happen to them. But flexibility is good, I suppose, so we'll go with that. Foreign affairs strategy. The kingdom faces new diplomatic choices. Interventionism encourages active military involvement, while appeasement aims to strengthen ties with Valen and Rumberg's monarchy. Alternatively, you could choose the third way, forming regional alliances with Dirty Pales and Murad to avoid major powers. No, I think we need to... I mean, I'm not that fussed with Raylan, strengthening ties with them, but strengthening ties to Rumberg's monarchy, clearly her wife's died, so we need to make sure that we keep those ties as high as possible, because Rumberg are a superpower, a mighty power, and if we need their help, bloody hell, we need it. Saves us pumping money into the military, doesn't it? Similar themes. We're not going to be anti-military this time, but if we can not have to put everything in military, we don't have to. We'll just keep it ticking over nicely. Appeasement, I think. Military branch focus. We can focus on the Air Force, the Army, or the Navy. Or choose not to focus on military at all. We could. This is a. Just speaking about military, anti-military. This would be the anti-military option. No focus. No, we don't need to focus on anything. It's going to actually increase our budget. Whereas these. Oh, we've got other stats too. +1 to airstrike, +1 to paratrooper unit. -3 to budget for the army. +500 manpower, +500 equipment, +1 mountaineer unit. So it looks like we might... Yeah, there's loads of different stats and figures here. Rizia Navy, -1 to budget. We get a military ship and a marine unit. So we can pump 1 budget into slightly better... slightly better Air Force. We can put us into Navy for us, what it looks to be like slightly better Navy, or we could go massively heavy with a whopping -3 budget into the Rizian army. I'm hungry now as well. My dinner's not for another hour because I wanted my dinner at 9 today. I'm pleased to report, though, that apart from the fact that I had a hypo earlier, it was awful, honestly. I was doing Insanity. Sorry. It was doing Insanity, which I've done for the past 2 days that I've done it. I've been full of energy. I've been jumping up and down, thinking, "Oh, this is a lot easier than it used to be. I feel fit as a fiddle." And then today I started doing it, and I felt a bit devoid of energy, but not ill with it. I just I just don't feel quite up to jumping around like a maniac today. And my legs were hurting because I did all the squats and stuff yesterday. So I was thinking, this is a bit harder than it has been the past couple of days. And then it got to 25 minutes in, out of the 30-minute session, and I literally was doing some... I had to bend down and touch the floor whilst running around. And I was like, I feel like I'm going to pass out here. And I turned the exercise off. This is for the third... I've never turned the damn thing off. Never finished it before 30 minutes. And sat down on the bed, and I thought, hang on, this feels like I'm having a blood sugar moment, actually. I'm feeling a bit shaky, can't tell if I'm clammy or sweaty or not, because I've just done a full workout. Obviously sweaty. So I went next door, tested myself on the blood sugar machine, my mum's blood sugar machine, 3.6, or 3.5, I think it was. Which meant, yes, I was having a hypo. So I ran downstairs and had some fresh orange juice. But yeah, I don't know why I got onto that story. But anyway, why did I get onto that? Because you were talking about food, Jem, that's why. So yeah. But I was pleased but apart from the hypo that I had, yes, the stomach, that was what I was getting to. The stomach situation that I've had for the past 3 days has now, today, not a single bit of it. No churning, no feeling sick. I've had all my dinner. Everything seems to be back to normal. So yeah, could well have been a bug that I had when I almost, threw up on stream on Sunday. We've got a land border with Pale, so an army sounds good if you want to take it back. Free budget for an army sounds like a lot. Yeah, I think 3 budget is a lot. And yeah, thinking ahead, if we do want to take the Pales, this would be a very good option, but we might still be able to take them if we go with the appeasement route by being able to call on allies. And how will that work for us in our dictator playthrough? Let's learn from that, shall we? Make sure we've got the right alliance this time. We'll go with one of the other two. We'll go with none, we'll go with one of them. So, Navy or Air Force? I don't know if it makes a massive difference. Has anybody got a preference? Ships or air? I think maybe... Aren't we near the coast? I think airstrikes would be more useful. Bomb them. Airstrike them into mercy. Whereas ships are just kind of ships there in the water. If we're waging this war on land, airstrikes would surely be more useful. I think we'll go Air Force. We'll go Air Force here. Now it's time. Right. Are you sure about your decisions? I am positive. And if I'm not, it's too late now because its torpor mode is turned on and we're cracking on nicely. Let's get this done. We had a pretty bad experience with ships too. Oh, yes we did. I've got a wedding wing. I've got a wedding ring. My authority has increased. My budget has decreased. Okay, I was trying to see whether or not that option that was give us that extra +1 was +1 per turn, but our authority increased by 1 only, not 1 per turn. So that decision was just for the authority to increase, not for the full mashings. Let me just check a couple of things here. Policy. Oh yes, we've got all new policies to read through, laws and things, but we're not interested in that right now. We've got people here. All new things to read. These are all the things we'll be reading, possibly most of these on the codex sessions, so don't worry about that. But it's time, folks. Coronation time. And look at me. I need mock him for putting a suit on. Look at the state of me. This is not a situation where I should be dressed like this to be coronated, folks, so stand by your beds. I'll be back shortly, dressed for my coronation. There we go. Oh, hang on a second. Bloody hell. How many buttons to press here? I'm here, folks. Fear not. Fear not. It is I, Romus Toras here. Clearly, this is a very expensive crown. Long live the king. Clearly, this is a Rizian gold. Rizian gold, I'll have you know. And clearly, this is a very, very expensive scepter that I hold in my left hand. And no, it's not Mad-Eye Moody's wand. Not at all, no. Okay. Clearly draped in fine cloak here. It's clearly not a Game of Thrones dressing gown. And I've even come, because hey, it's my coronation, with a goblet of wine. Cheers, everybody. There is wine, there is port in it, actually. Cheers. It's good to be the king, you know. Right, I'll put my scepter down now. I'll put my eye out with it. Applause for the goblet with the new emoji. Hey, okay, emoji time. How can you get all of this in an emoji? I've got my scepter in one hand, I've got my goblet in the other. I'm going to put my head in the middle. It's like backwards here. There you go. Hey. More central. There you go. It's as much as I can do. There you go. This is my Game of Thrones goblet, by the way. Right, folks, it's going to get very hot in this fine fur cloak, you know. Okay. The angelic sounding voices of a boys' choir echoed through the great hall of Palace Resna. We have to click on these now. Okay, so it's basically the seat of government, official living quarters. More about that later. To most Rizians, this was the grandest room in the grandest building in the entire country. To me, it was just home. I remember playing hide and seek among the mosaic tile columns while visiting my grandmother, watching from the upper gallery as my father met with foreign dignitaries. And of course, this was where I had married Lena. I sat upright in the Sila Eureka. Clearly not a gaming chair either. The Sila Eureka, the gold-plated wooden throne on which all monarchs of Rizia were coronated. The hall before me was filled with nobles, politicians, business magnates, even movie stars. A television crew moved up and down the aisles, broadcasting the ceremony to the Rizian public for the first time. Look at that. Revolutionary. My mother was sitting in the front row next to Uncle Hugo. We get more of a detail about him now. Oh, there you go. Younger brother. Grand Vizier. Duke of Isa and Valankiris. Powerful person. Tradition dictated that in the absence of a king or queen consort, the seat next to me would be filled by the successor to the throne. Vina plucked at a stray thread in her gown. How are you feeling, father? Stop fidgeting, Vina. Cameras are on us. Sorry. My daughter sat upright, up straight, and folded her hands in her lap. She does look a bit like Aunt John's wife. The final notes of the coronation hymn, "By his sword I live," rang out. An expectant silence filled the hall. It was broken by the sound of shuffling footsteps. The cameras followed Grand Wiseman Sal Ignatius as he walked slowly down the central aisle, bearing a velvet cushion. He presented it in front of me. On it was the Taurus crown, a black onyx orb, and a scroll containing the words to the royal oath. We will recite the oath, obviously. I took the scroll off the cushion and read aloud from it. I hereby pledge myself in service to the great nation of Rizia and its people. I promise to guide my country with a steadfast hand, to uphold the laws of this land under St. Ruhek's watchful eye, to wield the sword of justice and the shield of mercy in equal measure. And all this I shall do until the day I die. I lifted the orb off the cushion and ran my fingers across its smooth surface. It was inlaid with a trio of diamonds representing the three royal houses of Rizia: Taurus, Azaro, and Suzerain. I gazed at the Taurus crown. I mean, why wouldn't you? Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? Forged when my family took the throne 150 years ago. I told you it was Rizian gold, didn't I? I'm making this up. Pure gold, adorned with two twisting spires resembling bull's horns. I caught my mother's eye. She gave me a conspiratorial wink. May Saint Ruhek fill you with his Holy Spirit on this day, as he did your ancestors before you. With trembling hands, Grand Wiseman Ignatius lifted the crown off the cushion. I could spot her grey hair still clinging to its inner rim. Oh, good grief. My father's. May you keep the promises you have made before God and your people. The crown came down on my head. Its heaviness surprised me. By the divine power vested in me, I proclaim you sovereign king of Rizia. Arise, King Romus! Beautiful. I stood. The choir broke into On Shores of Gold, the Rizian national anthem. Oh, how fabulous. Fabulous. We'll let it go on for a bit. Da-da-da. According to royal tradition, this was my signal to march down the aisle and up to the palace balcony to greet the public. Break tradition and make a speech, proceed with the coronation. I mean, I'm probably going to love a good speech just like Mr. Rain did. However, we are a man that likes to follow tradition. So, we shall proceed with the coronation. Our speech will have to wait. I decided to proceed without making a speech. Everyone in the crowd bowed their heads as Vina and I made our way down the aisle. I passed my cousin Rico in the second row. He kept his head down and didn't acknowledge me. Is that so? As we kept walking, I recognised various other members of Rizia's three royal houses, as well as monarchs from distant kingdoms. The entire back row was reserved for the Rumburgian royal family and their entourage. I could feel my sister-in-law Beatrice's eyes on me. We reached the end of the hall where a spiral staircase led to the palace balcony. I'm assuming that it was tradition to... is there a picture of Rico? Oh, there is a picture of Rico. Son of Hugo. Yeah. He's the Duke of Isa. We're going to have some problems with him, I feel. I'm assuming it's tradition for Vina to greet the subjects too, because that's why she's walking down the aisle with us. We've not walked her down the aisle to leave her at the foot of the steps, have we? Come, Vina. Let's greet your future subjects. My daughter beamed and put her arm through mine. We walked up and up the stairs until we came to a door. I stepped out onto the balcony. The sunlight was so dazzling I was almost blinded. When my eyes adjusted, I regarded the scene below me. Thousands and thousands of people were packed onto the palace grounds, some waving the Rizian flag, others the House Toras banner. Just beyond them at the gates, the police easily held back a small pocket of protesters. I paid little attention to them. I was focused on the noise of the crowd, an overwhelming roar that gradually cohered into a single chant. Salutanus Axeregu Novus. Don't use anything to do with anything that resembles norovirus right now. Oh, good sign. Salutanus Axeregu Novus. All hail the new king. Hail indeed. Hail Mary. Right. Wow, we've got a lot of stuff to learn here. Otherwise, we've got 50,000 briefings. It's first day on the job. What is that on my head? It's a flipping crown. Are you gonna see? Where is it? Other side. Sorry, let's get the crease out of the way. There you go. What cheap crown crease? I don't know what you're talking about. That's cockeyed on my head now. How about, yeah, put it that way. King's got style. Right, come on. So, what's our first thing? Coronation celebrations. Decide the scale of the festivities. Ooh, interesting. Look. I can imagine grand festivities. Ooh. Oops, I'm trying to get the flipping keys to work here. There we go. It's the crown, the one in the paintings. Right, so first of all, what we'll do is we'll check out the briefings, we'll check out the news reports, and then we'll just have a... You know what, we won't do that first. What we'll do first is we'll check out the policies and situations. What have we inherited? What have we inherited? So, militarily, policies. There is conscription. There was conscription in Swordland, there's conscription here. For individuals aged 24 and older. Okay, cool. Provincial division obligations. So basically, it's like vassal levies, isn't it? Vassal levies. Provinces like Brinus, Valenkiris and Cardes Montecalar are obligated to provide a division to the central government from their resources. Yeah. So you get sort of provincial training and recruitment going on, and then that merges into the central army, my army, should we need it. Very good. Rizian Armed Forces was our focus, as we picked. The forces stand as the beacon of the kingdom's defensive might, albeit ranking not in the top 5 sides in Eastern Macopa. That does not bode well, does it? Militarily, I think we're a bit of a fish out of water here. Folke Data Military Industrial Complex. The Forge of Rizia. Foundries and factories. Pales Administrative District Border Fortifications. An expansive network of trenches and land defences along the Rizian Pales border, constructed 2 decades ago for strategic defence against potential threats. This fortified barrier reinforces the Rizian claims and ensures security in the region. So there's a there's a border basically with Pales that is quite active, and we're just letting them know, as I let their ruler know when I visited him, that that land right there that you're sat on, my friend, is mine, and I will have it back. Oh yes, I will. So that's the policies militarily. Situationally, we have a heavy reliance on foreign equipment. Division-sized mobile forces. Motorized and armoured units are compact but agile. While their size might seem limiting, these nimble forces can rapidly respond to emergent threats. Okay. Small Rizian fleet. Yeah, not good in the water. Okay. Waning combat experience. A lack of seasoned veterans. Oh dear. We've got an adequately trained officer corps. Lack of naval interdiction capability. Is it coming through on the... Is it coming through on the stream like there's music, like there's a TV playing in the background? I'm trying to assess whether it's in the game or whether it's playing through my headphones. No, okay, so it's coming through my headphones then. Sounds like there's a TV in the background. You hear some muffled voices? Yeah. So what happens is my next door neighbour's got a CB radio. And sometimes you can hear. Yeah, there's definitely... I can hear it, so if it's coming through mine, it's probably coming through yours, but it's that subtle, but it's very difficult to hear, especially if you're not listening on a headset as well. If you've got it playing through sort of speakers or through laptop speakers, you probably won't hear it. Now that I've mentioned it, you're about, oh, I can hear it now. But anyway, a lack of naval interdiction capability. Only my right ear, same, right ear. This ear here. You got this? Yeah, you're hearing it too. Lack of short to medium range missiles. Lack of modern bombers. Half full military equipment stockpile. Military stockpile at a moderate level. Average military manpower pool. Paratrooper, we do have a paratrooper brigade. Smaller in scale because we didn't focus. Oh, we did. Oh, yes, we did. This is because of that our Air Force pick. Small Marine division. But a positive that we have is monarchistic fighting traditions, bolstering our military ethos. Soldiers draw inspiration from past monarchs, channeling their valour and wisdom onto modern battlefields. Basically, we've got some good morale boosting capabilities here through the fact that we're sticking to traditions. We've got a large mountaineer corps. Mountain warfare. So good at self-defense in the mountains. Otherwise, useless. So that's our military situation. Looking at our law, we have capital punishment. Nice. Homosexuality is banned. Deep-seated traditional values. Stands as a point of contention. Semi-centralised political structure. The kingdom operates under a semi-centralised constitutional monarchy. A governance model where monarch retains significant power, but certain facets of provincial governance are directly left to regional authorities. Labour hands restricted. Basic and Durdian guest workers face rights restrictions, as they should. Should they? Symbolic House of Delegates. Symbolic role. They engage in debates, but they have no influence on the enactment of the policies. State media control. Pivotal. Pivotal it is, apparently, and I agree. Citizen by blood right. Citizenship can be granted based on a person's ancestral descent of Rizian blood, even if they were born outside of Rizia. This policy strongly emphasises familial ties, offering a path to citizenship for individuals proving Rizian lineage. Okay. The Golcondists Blasphemy Law. The Golcondists Blasphemy Law significantly limits the access of Golcondists to their pivotal religious sites, which impacts on Derdia. Okay. Our state religion, of course, is Ruhasism, and we are a stout follower of Ruhasism. We returned to religion upon the death of my wife, and I now say my prayers every day. It emphasizes values of curiosity, skepticism, and expressing gratitude, resonating with a large segment of the population. Of course, we shall have to remember these values. Curiosity, always curious. Curiously in need of expansion. Skepticism, I will look with suspicion. But be gracious and grateful for any help or support you were given. Of course we would be. Of course we would. Well, we show gratitude where it is due. Pales Administrative District. The Pales Administrative District, reclaimed by Rizia Imperi in the early 20s, operates under Rizia's jurisdiction. This district is notably marked by a historic Valgish fortress, which now stands as a government headquarters. Excuse me. Isa city-states, culturally rich, third largest city in Rizia, boasts a unique history as a merchant republic. Drugs are banned. No. I wonder why the game feels it fit to point that out in the law section or the policy section. Clearly, when they're put in there, they must crop up at some point in the game, surely. And male preference primogeniture succession, which is pretty usual. We're used to that, aren't we? Right, situations, law-wise, no separation of power. Rizia's governance structure centralises authority, with the monarch holding the ultimate decision-making power. Why is that in red? That law includes narcotics. Does it? Is that what it said? I didn't even read it. Oh, all forms of narcotic and recreational drugs are strictly prohibited, with possession, distribution, usage, medical applications. No, I don't think so. I think it doesn't seem to suggest it from that right up, unless you know something. No, they're not narcotics. No. No separation of powers. Yeah, that should not be. That should be green. We're not changing that in a hurry. Are you having a laugh? Unfair treatment of foreigners. This is probably as a result of our pick in the setting the game up. If it had been more pro foreigners with our choice, maybe this might not have been the case. It'd be interesting to see. But no, unfair treatment. Media censored. The Royal Herald. Oh, how many papers we got? We can look at that in a second. Other media voices often tread cautiously, wary of overstepping the... They haven't fit this... Who was my official crown fitter? They failed miserably here. It's slipping off my head. Clandestine journalism. Weak human rights. It's a tender issue. We have detentions without trial, limited freedom of expression, capital punishment, ambivalent stance on individual liberties. Oh dear, look at that. There's adequate women's rights, though. Adequate. Adequate. We accept women in leadership roles. Oh, no, we don't. That's a work in progress, actually. Moderately homogeneous society. Homogeneous. Predominantly Rizian and Ruhes population. With the minority people getting their voices drowned out. Royal traditions upheld, obviously. Oh, hello, Brendan. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Better than Swordland, just about. So that's the situation with the law. The situation with the economy. Resource-based economy. We thrive because of our abundant resource from gold, gas and oil. And other minerals. To world-class wine. World-class wine. World-class wine. I can attest to that. Rizian Royal Gold. I can attest to that too. RRG. Key player in the economy. With its roots in Zeals, which we give away to the Wessex. Equiris gas field. Stable gas outputs. Royal Rizian Rail and Sea Network. We've got a wine industry. Lush vineyards and centuries-old winemaking traditions. Rizia's wine industry offers connoisseurs a taste of elegance and heritage. Oh, indeed. A 10% income tax. That's very... 10% income tax. If we've ever got any money issues, we should be able to raise that. That's paltry. 10%. Bloody hell. You people want to stop. You people want to stop complaining about the king, and you shut your bloody faces. Rizian football industry. Oh, of course we know about football because our Swordland team got beaten by a Rizian team, if you remember. I think it was a Rizian team. They kicked Royal Monteclair. Nelvisa oil field, another. So we've got two oil fields, we've got some good wine, we've got a rail and sea network, gas field, we rely heavily on resources. Okay, but in the Nelvisa oil field, it's got a low extraction volume. Rigid energy economy. We'll approach Swordland, it'll be fine. Swordland will have us. 50-50, wasn't it a 50-50 investment plan? Local tour. Who wants to come here? Apparently nobody. Global energy prices are average. Average extraction from the Equiris gas field. The RRG, so we own a 30% stake in Rizian Royal Gold. Minor share. Average local coal extraction, average local gold extraction. Most provincial taxes paid, not all though. Irregularities. Ooh, what a surprise. Reduction in new business. Got some stagnation happening here. Jesus, how many things are here? Partially self-sufficient economy. Select commodities still demanding import. So yeah, of course, we are self-sufficient in a lot of things, but we still need to import things. I mean, that's not a bad place, is it, to be? Average industrial production capacity. Manufacturing sector is chugging along at a moderate pace, with some production facilities operating below maximum capacity. This middling performance is noticeable in the market. But we've got a high resource international trade zone is buzzing. Continental quality football teams. Hey, it could bring in cash. It apparently is bringing in cash. Charging ahead, garnering continental acclaim. Stadiums roaring with pride. Rizian teams consistently holding their own against the region's best. Oh yes, so football is a big sport here. Read through Spain, then with oil. We've got an efficient transportation system. Nice. So we've got some positives there. Okay. We don't have to remember all these situations, but it's just nice. It's just providing us, obviously, with a bit of flavour, but naturally also providing us with well, what on earth do we need to work on first? You know, what is the big problem that we really want to deal with? See, none of these, none of these are bothering me right now. None of these are jumping out as I must deal with these right now. These situations could be dealt with, actually. And tourism, we might want to increase tourism. But yeah, no pressing major issues right now. We haven't got to the order bit, of course. The order bit might be a bit different. Welfare. What welfare? Lysian welfare traditions. Under the guidance of Lysia the Great, Toras, Rizia underwent transformative welfare reforms, particularly in education and women's rights. Kingdom-funded institutions flourished. Compulsory education for all children, but also open doors for women to pursue education and careers. That's nice. Landlord favouring tenant laws. These laws are skewed towards landlords, providing them with greater rights and protections. I need to put my crown a bit higher up there. It looks a bit more silly, but it's slipping down my head. Market-driven housing. Supply and demand dynamics without significant state intervention. Fully state-owned health and education. Okay. No drug addiction treatment. Get yourself into trouble to get yourself out of trouble. Why should we intervene? Situation. Denial of access to Golconda's places of worship. I agree with that too. I don't know why these are red. Why are these red, Lucian? Oh, who's Lucian? Sorry. Horrible workers' rights. Horrible workers' rights. The kingdom faces a critical situation regarding labour rights with rampant exploitation, inadequate safety and poor representation. Overcrowding at Dasnuri's places of worship. Lack of affordable housing. Average living standards. People lead moderate lives. I mean, ultimately, you're not on the streets. Basic amenities, education and healthcare. If you can't afford luxuries, it's unfortunate, but you're not on the streets. Okay? Be happy with your lot in life. Restriction of welfare services for Golcondists. Well, exclusion. Oh dear. Sounds like we've got a bit of religious warfare situation going on here. Golcondist, are you? You're not getting anything, I'm afraid. Average amount of illegal substance abuse. Average amount, despite the state's efforts. Moderate levels it remains at. So it looks like there's going to be a bit of a drug sort of undertone in this game. Look, but we're still classed as a good welfare state. In fact, strong welfare state. Strong. What more can the people want? They've got average lives and we've got strong welfare support. Why are people miserable? What are they banging on about? We'll leave order till last. Diplomacy. We're an AN member, Alliance of Nations. Of course we are. We are a member of Grace because we are a kingdom. The Zeal Agreement. A 25-year lease, which is ending next year. Do we wait? Is there an option to take it sooner? I don't see why we would take it sooner. Let's take it next year. But I have a sneaking suspicion that Wayland won't be handing it back so nicey-nicey. You're a member of OMEC, which is the Organisation for Economic Cooperation, and we're a member of MITS, the Meftium International Trade Zone, a hub of gold mining and refining. We're a member of a gold club. Cocaine using kings. Was it Disco Elysium? not sure, but it sounds like it could well be. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything immediate here at all. In fact, I'm liking some of these things. Everything will stay exactly as it is until, apart from the fact that we might clamp down on a bit more monarchy practices. Right, that's situations. Lost territorial integrity. Yeah, this is our first problem that I spy with my little eye. National pride and history. Oof, not good. Weak power projection. Doesn't give us a lot of diplomacy clout. You're just little minions. Why should we trade with you? Why should we deal with you? You little pathetic nation, you. That's not a good position for diplomacy to be in, is it? We've got a small pro-Rizia movement. Pushing for Zeal's reintegration. It's coming back next year. Just be patient, will you? People are so impatient. They've had it for 24 years. What's an extra year? Weak pro-Rizian armed resistance. Encroaching global rivalry. Regional cultural projection. Ariana Taurus Association. Average trade volume. Mixed global image. Positive and negative perceptions. Affecting our diplomatic leverage, right? Okay. So that you know, increasing our global image could be something we need to look at. We are a key member of MITS. It's all about the gold, baby. Grace is fervently bolstering monarchies worldwide, casting a global spotlight on Rizia. Monarchist traditions flourish as this network battles growing republic sentiments. We are at the heart of the movement. This monarchy is going nowhere under my watch. Okay. And finally, order. The Golden Guard Brigade. An elite protection unit, the Golden Guard Brigade is exclusively assigned to safeguard the monarch. My Golden Guard. How long am I streaming until? Until I... Well, it's a talking game, so my throat starts to hurt eventually. Maybe about 10:30. If I'm still enjoying myself at 10:30, it could be 11. This is my last stream until Sunday, and Sunday will be a normal stream because I'll be back to work Monday. In fact, Sunday will be a miserable stream because I'll be back to work Monday. So, yeah. So this is my last holiday stream really, and I'm up at whatever time I want to get up tomorrow. So we might stream a little bit later. But yeah, we have a Golden Guard, we have a police force, which is handy, of course. Centralised law enforcement agency, the Rizian Police Force. We've also got provincial police forces. Yeah, so obviously they're bound to their province. We've got a Royal Rizian Intelligence Service, naturally, and we've got border guards. All standard fare. Ineffective foreign intelligence, however, which is not good. Yeah, we could do with a bit more foreign intelligence, I feel. We've got weak border security. The nation's borders have become porous, giving way to a surge in drug trade, smuggling and unauthorised migration. Lack of order in the city-state of Isa. Well, that's the Duke's problem. Obviously, it's our problem. With the King, we can't have these things going on, but we shall take our problems out on the Duke and give him a good old slap or two. What the hell are you doing about this situation, you utter moron? Drinking water. What, on not port, you mean? Next stream will be Baldur's Gate, yes. Volpe. Campus will be returning on Sunday. Right. I finished my Rizian wine now, actually. Limited Kingsguard force. Oh, there's a shortage in personnel. Okay. I mean, taking back lost territory is an important thing. However, a Kingsguard force that's lacking is my first priority. Are you having a laugh? Yeah, I mean, thankfully I've only installed, what, 3 mods? If I'd installed like 30 mods, 40, 50 mods, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 relaunch would be happening ever. I can just about manage updating 3 mods. I can get that done, it's fine. I say that confidently, but you know, with me in technology. Some autonomous provincial policing. Sue Omina activities increase, so this is the nationalist movement. Mild non-violent resistance in Brennus. It's non-violent, it's mild. Whoopity. Express your grievances. Express away. Persistent drug trade. But we have stability. As in regal stability. The Taurus name still commands respect. And there is no threat of a revolution. Oh dear, I don't like that option. Why is that there? Why is that there? So they're your policies and they're your situation. So that gives us a little bit of a flavour about what position we are in. Of course, we won't remember every single one, but when things kick off, I'm sure it'll ring a bell. Oh, I'm sure there's an issue here about that. So let's have a look at the map. Let's have a look at the map. Where are we? There we go. So here's Zeal, right on the cusp of Valen. That means that this must be, so this is Lesbia to the, so we're below Lesbia. If we go to the regional map, we can see it better here. So here we are, this is our position. So there's Rizia, next to Mirella. There's Lesbia and obviously Swordland. Good old Swordland's up here. Who is in charge now? Right now it'll be... They've got overwhelming military at the moment. Yeah, their current president is Alfonso because it's 1950. So Alfonso has just taken charge right now. In Swordland, in Lesbia, is it still Alvarez? Yep, still Alvarez in Lesbia. What about in Valen? Is it still... Smolak, yeah, it's still Smolak there. Right, so what about Mirella then? Oh no. Mirellan Prime Minister Alma Sultana sends congratulations gift. Her best wishes. Where's the gift? What gift? Where's your gift? Maybe we got it in the items, actually. Where's my gift? Supreme Wiseman Asmal sends congratulations from Dirdia. Look at this. Look at their flipping state. Jorgar Asmal, the Supreme Wiseman of Dirdian Golkondism, leader of the nearest Republic of Dirdia. Oh dear. God is with us, despite our differing interpretations of the Ruhist religion. God is with us. He invites us to join him for a friendly conversation in the capital of Neal at our leisure. Oh, I'll be able to give that some consideration. Valen, so everything's there. Of course, we've got Agnolia. Is that still... no, it's not. It's the previous guy. It's Dirk Dan Otkende. Not the guy that took over from him, whose name escapes me. Beatrice. Formal congratulations. welcomed us to the ranks of the world's remaining monarchs and attached a personal note expressing her sorrow that her sister did not live to see our coronation. Very lovely. And here is the Grand Duchy of Pales. So Grand Duchy of Pales is landed to Rizia. So it's not like a little separate island, it's landlocked. It's ours. Zeal and Valen. Duke Reinhardt sends his well wishes and congratulations on our coronation, and his condolences to the death of the king. A new chapter. Oh, it will indeed. Don't you worry about that. New chapter. Well underway. So within our country, we have Brenus. We have Rizia Imperi, which is obviously where we are. You've got Cardas Monteclar. Real Monteclar. Got Pales down here. They've got the Pales Administrative District, which we read about, but obviously it might mean a bit more in context now that we know exactly where it is, sort of stuck between Pales and Rizia. And there's Morella to our side. So obviously there's less regions than Swordland. It is obviously the DLC too. So, but it's nice that we don't have to probably worry too much about too many areas. But anyway, let's take a look at some of these reports here. Again, we'll read the more specific city information. Probably in one of those kind of codex-based streams. I'll use those streams to get us into the lore of the game. So we've got Salabez, Brenus, in the Brenus province. Congratulations from the Suzerain family. Family members hosted an outdoor screening of the ceremony at Arena Salabez, attended by citizens from across the province of Brenus. How lovely. Which family was it that put a hood over my head? Can we remember? I know they were dealt with at the time, but always going to remember. Suzerain. Right, Suzerain family. Which ones are you? Coronation honoured at Camp Domus. To mark our coronation, Acting War and Security Council Duchess Lucita Azaro, together with head of the armed forces Carlos Robles Azaro, led the military forces in Camp Domus in special exercises. Festivities. Oh, General Thaddeus is in hospital after suffering a stroke. Oh, unfortunate. And in Monkeys. We know Monkeys very well. Hubertus Taurus. Our cousin. Would assume the position until, if and when, Princess Vina is appointed Duchess. And finally, newspapers. Less papers to have to worry about. There's only one paper here. Geopolitico. Rizian coronation raises question. Who is Romus Toras? As of today, Rizia has a new king. Romus Toras, son of the late monarch Valero, ascended to the throne in a lavish, televised ceremony attended by royals, dignitaries, foreign ambassadors and members of the press. The coronation itself was by the book, leaving us wondering what's going on in the brain underneath that new crown. King Taurus's years as Duke of Monkeys provided some indication, but will his priorities change now that he has the entire country under his rule? Most experts agree that a new direction from Rizia is needed in order for the country to reclaim its place on the global stage following the fizzled-out reign of Valero the Frail. But which direction will that be? It won't be a frail direction, I quite assure you. And in the Royal Herald, Rufus Gragg, Royal Gossip, Coronation Fashion Edition. What is the state of this paper? You're reporting on fashion? Is there nothing more important to report on here? For the first televised coronation in history, the royal family pulled out all the stops. Obviously. While King Romus looked resplendent in his gold-brocaded robe, all eyes were on Queen Mother Estella, who strode through the grand hall in a flowing purple gown with a lengthy embroidered train and a plunging neckline. Inappropriate for a woman of her age? I'll let you readers decide. Next to her grandmother, Princess Vina looked positively demure in her long-sleeved gown and simple diamond tiara. The trio put on a good show, but the absence of House Taurus's most beautiful and stylish member, the late Princess Consort Lena of Rumburg, was acutely felt. Should His Majesty ever remarry, his new wife will have a hard time outdressing her predecessor. Exactly, like a flipping gossip mag. King Rome was crowned in grand ceremony. All of Rizia rejoiced as our new King Romus Toras celebrated his coronation in the Grand Hall of Palace Rizia. His Majesty was a picture of grace as he proceeded through the hall together with Queen Mother Estella and Princess Vina. In a solemn ceremony, accompanied by the boys' choir of Zilber and presided over by Grand Wiseman Sal Ignatius, he accepted the Taurus crown and the bejewelled orb, representing our nation's proud trio of noble houses. He rose as king and climbed the stairs to greet his public from the palace balcony. Some 20,000 commoners arriving from all corners of the country were generously allowed onto the palace grounds for the occasion. So we've seen that we've got authority, 7 from me, -1 from the loss in territory, and 0 from power projection. We're getting 5 per turn for budget, income tax base, grace trade, MITS revenues, RRG revenues, a bit of military and administrative costs. And then finally energy, we're getting some from Resian Energy, Base Equus, Nelvisa, industrial production, and Grace Energy contribution. Cool beans. There you go. So that's everything. I think we're good to go. We'll play the game as we always have and see what develops. But I'm just going to go downstairs, get me dinner, and then we shall crack on and start ruling this joint. All right. So we'll go through the first event, and then I'll pause to eat my dinner, because I can't really eat and play this game because it's obviously a lot of talking. So, and it's nice little bit of chicken Kiev, veg with a bit of cheese and some chips, very nice, and of course, not forgetting the most delicious tomato chutney, Baxter's tomato chutney. Usually, if you can find it in Lidl, it's absolutely delicious. I urge you to try it, if you like tomato chutney, of course. Right, coronation celebrations. The Rizian public is eager to celebrate their king's coronation. Investing in lavish celebrations could make a good first impression and earn their favour. I mean, we're not here to earn anybody's favour. So, parades and banquets, or parades, banquets, and balls. Now, what do we want to be seen to be skimping here? I mean, budgets and all that. But first impressions count, do they not? We'll give them a ball. Give them a blast. Knock yourselves out. Don't forget, one of our early signs is to try, or early goals is to try to not overly curry favour with people, to try to stop this anti-monarch movement. But you know, it's not going. You know, if we can do things to kind of help out in that situation, then yeah, we will do. It's time for a ball, people. Enjoy yourselves. Oh, countries' relationships updated. Stat increased, authority, budget decreased. Right, what's the Lesbia situation? Neutral relations with Lesbia. I can't remember the other two places that it mentioned there. Was it Rumberg? Allied with Rumberg. We'll see everybody actually. We're neutral with Agnolia. We're neutral with Valsland. We'll be neutral with Swordland. Obviously allied with Rumberg. We are friendly with Valen. Dirdia, I imagine, will be unfriendly because they are the wrong form of religion. Mirella, I think, will be neutral. Pales, clearly we won't be very happy with. Unfriendly, of course. Cairo are always flipping neutral. Apparently they're the most neutral nation. Right, back to Port Drayson. Swordland's military is overwhelming compared to ours. Yeah, that's a good perspective, Ollie, because we obviously saw the state of Swordland's military, although this is 4 years prior to our takeover, so they might still have been reasonably strong-ish. But yeah, the fact that they are overwhelming compared to ours has got to really be in a bad state, I suppose. But here we are. King's Dining Hall at the Palace Resna, early morning. What is facing us today? Is this our first day on the job? It is indeed. It is the morning after my coronation. I was woken up by a knock on the door. It took me a few seconds to remember where I was. The royal bedroom on the top floor of the residential wing of Palace Resna made the one in the Toras Palace in Monkeys look shabby. Ornate gold trim covered the walls. I was alone in a bed that could easily have slept four. The knocking on the door continued. Who is it? The door opened and Pabble gracefully stepped in. Oh, the guy we used to boss around as a child. In the years I'd been gone, the groundskeeper's son had worked his way up to chief butler. Oh, good for him. I'd seen him on visits to the palace, but we rarely exchanged words. Now he was the head of my royal household. You said you wanted to be woken up at this time, Your Majesty. Ah, what a nerve. Where's my breakfast? Oh, that's a bit... Well, I don't want to... I'm not going to be overly nasty. And if it's anything like me, breakfast can wait until I've at least been up for half an hour. Then my neck, I've just opened my eyes. I don't want to be having food shoved in my face. Yes, I did indeed, young Parble. Ish. It's best to get a head start while the day's still young. Parble nodded. Indeed, you've got a packed schedule ahead of you today. He briskly drew back the heavy velvet curtains. Sunshine flooded the room. I trust you slept well? Yes. Fine, thank you. Ah, I'm glad. He moved over to my armoire and began pulling out items of clothing. Why don't you join your family downstairs? I'll have your outfit ready by the time you're finished eating. Pick my own clothes. I could, but why have a butler and pick your own clothes? That sounds perfect. Queen Mother Estella and Princess Vina must be waiting already. You should get a move on. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll make sure you're the best-dressed king in Rizian history. Yes. I expect nothing less. Enjoy your breakfast. Still in my dressing gown, for the moment, I headed downstairs. Still in my Game of Thrones dressing gown. In the eastern dining room, an enormous breakfast spread had been laid out. My mother was already sitting at the table, digging a spoon into a single grapefruit half. That was the first thing that I thought, actually, so I'm going to have to say it, is that you're sitting at an enormous breakfast spread and you are digging into a flipping grapefruit. That was the first thing that came to my mind. Oof! Look at that option. You're supposed to rise just because you're my mother. Yeah, put it on your feet. No, really? That's all you're eating? Hello? She's probably sick of it. She's probably sick of it. To be fair, it's like a buffet on holiday. First couple of days certainly. You're eating everything you can put your hands on. Ooh, lovely. Oh. By the end of the second week, I'll just have some cereal. Just cereal? That'll do nicely, thanks very much. I'm sick of food. It's probably the same for her. Oh, now look at this lady. How do you think I stay this trim, darling? Despite the early hour, my mother was already in her full makeup. She dabbed at her lips with a napkin. I hope you're satisfied with yesterday's coronation. Your father's wasn't nearly as well attended. Ah, well. What can I say? My people love me, even if it is a bit tongue-in-cheek. They love to be seen on television. You, they're not so sure about. Her eyes grew serious. What was in that letter he wrote you, by the way? I never asked. He said not to make the same mistakes he did. He must have been talking about Zeal and Pales. His great follies. It's a pity he didn't live to preside over my homeland's big return to Rizia. But soon you will. Yes. Zeal will be ours again. And so will Pales. I never cared much about Pales, but I don't have to tell you how much Zeal means to me. But don't let my nattering keep you from eating. A king needs energy. She handed me a risetta, the traditional rice and quince custard tart. The crust was exceptionally flaky. Just then, Vina came bounding down the stairs. Isn't it a lovely morning? My daughter kissed Mother on the cheek, then gave me a shy wave. I nearly got lost on the way here. Grandma, why didn't you tell me this place has such a big library? Because I didn't want you holed up in there all the time. The grandmother's got to see her granddaughter every so often, you know. Vina eagerly took a plate and started piling it high with pastries. My mother clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Not too many of those. The sweeter the taste, the wider the waist. Don't you agree, Romus? It's a special occasion. Our diet can start tomorrow. Vina took a bite of a Rosetta and gave an exaggerated sigh of pleasure. My mother rolled her eyes. Suit yourself. Now, if anyone in this place could make a halfway decent strudel, that would be worth ruining one's figure for. We ate for a while in silence. Vina looked lost in thought. Finally, she spoke up. Father, I wanted to ask you something. You know that I'm 18 now? Yes. And? I was thinking I'm old enough to accompany you to your council meetings. Well, we did start young. It's unusual for a female heir to join the council, I know, but didn't you do the same when you were my age? Well, 18 is old enough to get involved in royal politics. And Liza the Great is a huge legacy for me to live up to. Greatness is something you're born with, my daughter. No. Yes, you shouldn't, well, we should have to worry. I say you shouldn't worry, but you should use that as a benchmark, really, But yes, you are great in your own right, but don't stop working at it. Well, that's very kind of you, Father, but Liza was the most beloved queen in our history. Of course people will compare me to her. You're getting ahead of yourself, sweetheart. The crown is on your father's head right now, not yours. She looked at me sharply. And what your father needs is for your lovely little face to be seen at balls and ribbon-cutting ceremonies, not hidden behind council doors. Okay. Now, Mother, we both know Vina's much more than a pretty face. Outdated image of a princess. And it's slightly different because she's obviously the heir. She's not a princess with a boy in front of her, so she has to take a bit more of a front role, I would have thought. So, Mother, I'm afraid I have to disagree with you here. I'm not going to go down the whole outdated image thing, but yes, Vina's much more than a pretty face. She's heir to the throne for a start. I do recognise my duty to represent Rena in public, but I need to learn how to govern the country, not just represent it. You want to spend the best years of your life cooped up in the den of snakes? The council isn't some wise, all-knowing entity. Everyone on it is only looking after their own house and their own stature. And God help you if you get in the way of either of those. Yes. Well, Mother, my father may have allowed this council to run roughshod over him. I will not make that same mistake. If navigating the council's self-interests will be part of my future duties, I need to learn how to do that too. I promise it'll be like I'm not even there, and I'll step out in public as much as I can. Vina looked at me with pleading eyes. You don't have to plead with me, Zena. I'm on board. And a jibe to my mother as well. No, we're not going to go that far. Yeah, all right, Vina. You can come to the meetings. My daughter's face lit up. Thank you. I can't wait to start. Oh, I'd better refresh myself on Rizian law. She pushed her plate away and dashed back up the stairs. Once she was gone, my mother lit a cigarette. I mean, it is the 50s. Grapefruit in one hand, cigarette in the other. You do realise that she'll be nothing but a liability to you in that room? Look, she's the heir apparent, Mother. It'll be a good education for her. I hope you're right. The clock struck 9:15. My first council meeting was starting soon. I excused myself from the table. As I was leaving the dining room, my mother cleared her throat. He always believed you'd make a good king, you know, even if he didn't always show it. Well, yeah, thanks for saying that. I headed back upstairs to fetch Vina. It was almost time to go. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Our first council meeting. Here is our beloved daughter and heir. It's Princess Vina Toras, Lady Regent. And, yeah. Named after Vina Livingston, the great-aunt of King Alfred of Rumburg. And at age 10, so the accident was 8 years ago, where obviously our mother... Oh, she likes horseback riding. Interesting. Mother popped her clogs in the water. That's the Codex update. And we've also got a report from Qualis about... this is predicted to be an exceptional wine year. The Cantuavo family vineyard has begun bottling its latest batch of Cavil, the first to follow last year's record harvest. They have named it Romus the Red and claim 1950 will go down in history as an exceptional year for Rizian wine. Not to be confused with Ragnar the Red, I suppose. Romus the Red. And in Valenkier, the Baron and Baroness of Valenkier reaffirm loyalty after absence. Oh, security forces were dispatched following their conspicuous absence from our coronation. Suspected in the past of spreading false rumours. Apparently, though, their absence was due to a bout of food poisoning. Improperly prepared shellfish. And they reaffirmed their fealty. Yeah, right. Shellfish. My eye. Bloody shellfish. Why is that not getting cleared? There we go. Coronation party at Isa Palace marred by hooliganism. Oh dear. So a post-coronation party held at the palace of Rico Taurus. This fellow rearing his head again. Interrupted it was by a small group of hooligans waving signs and chanting, "End the Taurus reign" at the gates. He needs to get a grip of this place, honest to goodness. Aided by a number of civilian watchdogs from the ESA-based group So Omina, police were able to swiftly disperse the troublemakers, who appear to be of foreign descent, many of whom, rather. These criminals are guests in our country. If they want to live here, they've got to bend the knee to our king. It's as simple as that, says Rico, when pressed for comment. Arcasian armed forces advance in South Xena. So there's a conflict in South Xena between them and Arcasia, which is not going to end well for Xena, I imagine. Right, okay. Excellente. So we've got a report here too. House of Delegates holds first allegiance ceremony. For the occasion of the first Rizian coronation since the founding of the House of Delegates, Majority Leader Daria de Reva called a special session where members took an oath of allegiance to the crown. Each parliamentarian was asked to stand and affirm his or her commitment to serve under King Romus's reign with dedication and integrity. This was the legislative body that's kind of not that strong, wasn't it? According to the law here, can we remember? Was it law? I can't really remember. Something about the House of Delegates. I'm sure it was here somewhere. Yeah, symbolic. Symbolic in nature. Right, political overview with the Grand Vizier. So before we get to that, I'm just going to finish my dinner, which will take me just short of 10 minutes. So feel free to get a break, top up your drinks, and we'll be back as we continue to navigate our early days as King of Rizia. I mean, we haven't had to make any major decisions so far, but yeah, first one really. Daughter coming to council meetings. My mother seems like a bit of a character, doesn't she? But anyway, back in 10, and we'll continue onwards. Okay, folks, we're back again. I've retired my crown for now. Excuse me. Oh. How was dinner? It was chicken Kiev. It was chips, and it was veg with cheese on. It was lovely. It was very nice. I do love a bit of chicken Kiev. Garlic butter, oof, marvellous. Right, without further ado, though, however, back to ruling Rizia. I thought it was like a. Oh, it's this side. That was a bit of a stray hair. I could see something dangling. It's actually. Oh, I forgot I was wearing these damn things. Oh. Still not 100% with the old. I know I've mentioned earlier that I don't feel as bad, certainly as I have done the past 3 days. In fact, I haven't actually felt sick at all today. but I have just started to get a little bit of discomfort here. Nothing sickly, but just almost like a wind bloaty feeling. And sorry to be, it's not saying rude, but when I burp, basically, because it's one of the symptoms that I've got is excessive burping. It's the most horrendous. I can't even explain it. Taste in the back of the throat, which all points towards what's it called? Some kind of acid refluxy thing, GERD or whatever. But yeah, really horrible taste. I'm telling you. I just want to be able to eat a dinner in peace. Political overview. Grand Vizier. What does he have to say for himself? In the King's dining hall. The stairway to the Royal Council chambers was longer than I remembered. I took a moment to catch my breath in front of the carved oak doors. Bloody hell. Was to get in shape, my friend. Hurry up, father. It's not very kingly of you to be late. Clearly, you whippersnapper here. Tommy, okay? Yeah, it's not too bad. As I said, I don't feel sick. I haven't felt sick since yesterday. But yeah. Still not 100%. Still something not quite right. But as I said, I do think it's a virus, but we'll monitor it. As I said, I'll give it until. What did I say? I'll give it until a week, so I'll give it until Wednesday. If no improvement, to the doctors I go. Anyway, we just about caught our breath now. Oh, a Scarborough warning. Do not embarrass me in this meeting. Just give me a second. A true king is never late, Vina Taurus. Remember that. It is simply the others who are early. After collecting my thoughts, I pushed open the door and walked in. Everything was just as it had been in my youth. The high dome ceiling with its skylight that shone into the centre of the room, the oval mahogany table, the tall backed red velvet chair where my father used to sit. To my slight surprise, the room was empty except for one man. My uncle. My dear uncle. Got a stray breadcrumb from the chicken Kiev stuck in my throat. When Hugo saw me, he sprang to his feet. Welcome, Your Majesty. No need to stand on ceremony. Of course, you're not my mother. I'll allow her to sit down when I arrive, but you, on your feet, sir. Good morning, Your Grace. Your Grace. I'm assuming that's the appropriate title to give to the man. We're a man of traditions and stuff. Hugo recognised the formality of my greeting and bowed slightly. Exactly. All about formalities here, my sir, my good man. What's the plan for the rest of the week? And next stream is Sunday. Rest of the week, tomorrow I'm off to my friend's house. Saturday I'm off out. Sunday I'll be back to playing football. First game of football, and it's a cup game against a decent team. I'm like, oh, fancy giving us this, our first game back after Christmas and New Year, when we're all unfit. I mean, everybody's in the same boat, aren't they? But ease us in gently, why don't you? But yeah, so after football on Sunday, because it's a 5:30 kickoff, so I should be able to stream for 7:30. We'll be back to Baldur's Gate 3, and then before you know it, poof, back to work. Where the hell is the 2 weeks gone? I was logging off my machine, setting me out of office. See you later, everyone. Bye. A minute ago, and suddenly I'm back here miserable because, when's my next break? Hopefully end of January. I'm off on holiday. I'm looking for a holiday tomorrow. . You'll meet everyone else soon enough, but I thought a private chat with your Grand Vizier would be in order first. His eyes travelled to the doorway, where Vina was still standing. Although it seems it won't be as private as I was expecting. Are you staying, Princess Vina? My daughter gave a shy nod. Yes, Uncle Hugo, I am sitting in on the King's Council meetings. She's going to learn by experience, just like I did. Hugo frowned as he processed this new information, then broke into a smile. By all means, then, Your Highness, have a seat. Vina walked over to the table as I made my way to the red velvet chair. Once we were all seated, I turned to my uncle. Isn't his son the problem? His son is the problem, right? How is your son? He smiled fondly. Oh, Rico is still raising hell, but governing Isa has instilled a real sense of responsibility in him. You'd be surprised. I hope you can make it out for a visit soon, both of you. As I listened to him, my eyes drifted towards the back wall. It was covered in portraits of Rizia's previous kings, including a newly painted likeness of my father. My dear brother, I do miss him, but I dare say it's time we had some fresh blood on the throne. As it's been quite some time since you last sat in these chambers, I've prepared an overview for you. Would you like to hear it? Please. As the king, you're both Rizia's head of state and commander of its armed forces, as well as the de jure governor of Rizia Imperi, Valenkiris, the Pale's administrative district, and the island of Calacabiz. What a flippin' name. Okay. Calacabiz. Sounds like some kind of a dance. So I'm the governor of the Rizia Imperi, Valenkiris, and the Pale's administrative district. Right. Very good. Very good. You were assisting with royal decrees before your reign. Now you're the one holding the seal. As is tradition over hundreds of years, each new ruler has passed the sovereign transition and clemency decree to start their reign. The kingdom will be expecting your decree very soon. The decrees will play a significant role in my reign. I mean, how many decrees are there? Yeah, okay, we'll go down the tradition line for now. Yes, traditions are, as you well know, Uncle, very important to me. Uncle, we actually won't call him that, sorry. Formalities. I will sign the decree as soon as possible. Very good. Upholding tradition is key to the stability of our monarchy and the continued loyalty of our people. Hugo reached for a neatly rolled parchment lying on the grand table. With deliberate movements he unrolled it, revealing the prepared royal decree. The intricate script and the seal of Rizia glinted under the chandelier's light. I and the rest of the Royal Council will advise you to the best of our ability and put forth decrees and state decisions for your approval. Ultimately, the king has the final say. However, you should not neglect the House of Delegates, the legislative assembly my brother set up to appease the opposition after the uprising. Should not have even bothered, should he? His theatre of puppets. Oof. I mean, we don't know how much trust we can put in this man. We may think things, but speaking them out loud, perhaps we might not be quite so vocal about. What about it? It still works the way he intended. Rizia has the appearance of a constitutional democracy, while power remains firmly in the hands of the king. His Majesty Valero presided over the last elections in 1949. The Rizian National Coalition secured a House majority, as always. They propose decrees and issue official approvals or disapprovals of the laws passed by you and the council. As Grand Vizier, it's traditional for me to attend their sessions and pass any relevant information on to you. Well, the tradition is already in place, and I don't think we're going to be able to remove it, so we will obviously play along with it and leave him to report back and do his bit. Indeed, Your Grace, I will be counting on you. Oh, of course, Your Majesty. With that said, I would advise you to take the delegates' input into account. No good can come of ignoring the will of the people. Do the delegates if they disagree with me, I'll have them fired or beheaded. I mean, they've got limited power, so I mean, if they do disagree, whoopie-doo, isn't it? Really, I do suppose what they're going to do. But yeah, do they really represent the will of the people, or just the will of those sat on the council? You give me the tutting sound. Do not discount the importance of the nobility to this kingdom, my nephew. Keep them satisfied, and commoners' lives will be better for it. But if you want a self-styled man of the people, look no further than the opposition, more specifically to their new leader, Manus Suzerain. Suzerain fella, the leader of the Rizian People's Party. Oh, he's the heir. Hugo scanned my face closely as he spoke the name. We probably grimaced. Unless we've got a really good poker face. The traitor's son. Couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. Just came out. Oh, traitorous bastard. Exactly. As you know, Duke Lucas Suzerain was executed for his role in your kidnapping and the 1926 uprising, while his wife Angelica was sent into exile on Calacabiz. While she remains under strict orders not to leave the island, no such restrictions were placed on the son she gave birth to shortly after her arrival. He opened a folder and took out a picture of a clean-cut young man. Vina leaned forward to peer at it. Now, Vina, don't go there, dear. Upon finishing his studies in Kairut, Manus reported to the mainland and proceeded to win the largest supporter base of any opposition leader we've seen thus far. He promises to give a voice to the common man, seemed to be resonating with the populace. Part of it, at least. I'd like to meet this fellow. Oh, you'll get your chance. Hugo closed the folder. While I'm on the subject, a word about our houses. Okay. Our house? Our family currently controls the province of Valankiris, as well as the city-state of Isa. And how is Valankiris doing now that I've left? Stable as always. With you on the throne, me as Grand Vizier, and Rico in Isa, the governing seat has been filled by Hubertus, a distant cousin of ours. Of course, Princess Vina is eligible to take his place as the reigning Duchess. He nodded at my daughter. In a few years, maybe. I still don't feel ready. You'll go when I tell you to go. Ooh, that's harsh. I mean, it's strictly true. Again, I don't want to really admit that. And I don't like any of these options, if I'm being honest. Out of all of them, this... Oh, I don't like that option either. It's your decision. Well, This is obviously going to be harsh, but out of all of these options, A, it's not your decision, love. It's my decision, ultimately. No, that's not strictly true either. So it'll have to be that one. But what we mean by it is, well, obviously, when you're ready, you let me know while to consider it. And if you don't think you're ready, I'll talk you into it because you're going anyway. It's not going to be horribly done, but nonetheless, this is going to be badly received. Her face flush, exactly. There you go. Of course, Father. Hugo tapped his fingers on the table. In any case, Your Majesty, I don't expect any trouble in Valenkiris during your reign. It remains the wealthiest of Riza's provinces and the least affected by crime. Make sure their lives don't get any less comfortable, and the locals there will stay loyal to you. And, Isa, what's really been going on? Rico being well received, is he? Hugo's face hardened. We obviously know it's not going well there. We couldn't help ourselves, could we? Isa has been difficult since the Sazan rebellion. Even more so now that native Rizians are in danger of being crowded out by migrants. He spat out the last word with some distaste. Considering the circumstances, I believe my son is doing just fine. Really? Is Su Omina still based there? Yes, and I shudder to think of what Isa would be like without it. Good. Got it, that's all. I mean, Rizia Imperi we do rule, but I don't want to ask him that. It sounds like we don't know what we're doing. Well, we don't really, do we? Do you know what? For the sake of information. Yes, Port Drazen and its metropolitan area are controlled by the central government, and therefore House Toras. You don't need to worry about pleasing our house in this region, though. It's more crucial to retain the favour of the major corporations that are based here. Do we not run any corporations? Have we got a 30% stake in something? Some minor relations do, but most of our house's wealth comes from our land and natural gas holdings. The Pale's administrative district is also under the jurisdiction of Rizia Imperi since we won it back in the Reclamation War. Right, good. Thank you for the rundown. I mean, I've read a lot of that and know most of it, but I thought I'd just clarify. Hugo nodded approvingly. As for the other houses, oh yes. Let's start with the traitorous dogs, shall we? House Sazan. Yes. Aside from Isa, which is now under Rico's governance, all of Brenus is still there. Oh, that's why it's... Oh, you can just see it there. Look, it's just a little bit of brown. Still their territory. The nobles there swore fealty to the crown in exchange for keeping a hold on their cities and their estates. But the return of Angelica's boy could test that loyalty. He is their rightful duke, after all, even if he does not admit it. He lost that title when his father orchestrated my kidnapping. Lucas was a rogue agent, or so the rest of the house claims. As for Angelica herself, she remains in exile, as she should. Okay, if Angelica is in exile and Manus has not laid claim to the duke position, who's officially in charge of Brennus now? Hugo checked his notes. Checked his notes. His finger clearly is not on the pulse, is it? You should be reading that off. I'd be most concerned. Your Grand Vizier should know everything about all the regions. Right, well, who's ruling here? Oh, let me just check my notes. Excuse me. A lesser relation by the name of Leona. She reigns from Salabes. But it's Manus and Angelica that the rest of the Sazens take their cues from. Lest we forget, Wayland is scheduled to return Zeal to Rizia next year. The Sazens expect the region to become part of their province, as it was before the uprising. That's an interesting decision that I'm going to have to make now, isn't it? Very presumptuous. Indeed it is. Things have changed since then, haven't they? As king, you have the authority to make Zeal part of the central government, similar to Rizia Imperi. An option to keep in mind. An option to enact, actually. Keep in mind, I'll certainly do more than that. And finally, House Azaro. Precisely. The rulers of Cardes Monteclar and the stewards of the Rizian military. You must be aware of their patriarch Thaddeus's poor health. The general suffered a stroke just prior to King Valero's death. Yes. Cutting remark. Less of a hawk. Yeah, well, shame I never got to know him. We'll keep it pleasant enough. His daughter Lucita, the Duchess of Monteclar, was selected to take his place as War and Security Councillor. You'll meet her later today. Lucita. You should also know that factions within her province have begun calling for the return of Pales again. I don't like the line, I won't let them down, but we do intend, if given the option, to be taking this back. Be careful. We all know how the last campaign against the Grand Duchy ended. Yes, ended with Lesbia getting involved, us requiring the aid of Wayland because, hey, I'd been kidnapped. Don't think I'm going to forget it very quickly. Your Grace. One does not forget having a hood put over one's head and being whisked away in a vehicle. Hugo glanced at the clock. Well, I hope that was helpful. One more thing. As you're aware, a few years before your father's death, he reinstated the Golden Guard. Yes, the personal security of my father. Where are they now? I have yet to see them, actually. Where the hell's he jumped from? from behind the curtain. Well, I'm here, sir, ready and able. Titus Gordian. What a name. The hell have you come? Where did you spring from? You've been here this whole time? It's a good job I kept my mouth shut on certain thoughts, isn't it? Right, rule number 1, Grand Vizier. You tell me everybody who's in the room before I start talking. I want no surprises. People hiding in cupboards. For the first time, I noticed a man standing in the corner of the room. A bloody ninja in the shadows. He was wearing a tight-fitting gold blazer that barely concealed his muscular physique. Ah, yes, meet Titus Gordian, captain of the Golden Guard. He and his men have been keeping a close watch on you since the coronation. That close I haven't noticed them. Jesus wept, they must be good. But weren't we in amber with them, Amber? What the hell, exactly? Has he been... yeah. Has he been there the whole time? I pretty much said it. If I say it, I've got to say it. A golden guard appears only in if and when he is needed, sir. Titus and his dozen men have been trained in the upper echelons of Rizia's elite military and police academies. Each has sworn an oath to protect the king and his family at all costs. What's with the costumes? Well, obviously, that is covered by that, so fine. Good. Looking forward to working with them. Although we may have to change some protocols here. Skulking in shadows really is not something I'm happy with. Unless it's the enemy's shadows, of course. But of course that's not going to happen. You're a defensive force. What time are we on? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. It is an honour, Your Majesty. He bowed to Vina. She looked a little flustered. But didn't Queen Liza discontinue the Golden Guard? Because she thought they made royals look elitist and because... She trailed off. Because she thought they were getting too powerful. It's why our current force is less than a third of the size it once was. Your father always had a fondness for Rizian tradition, so he spared no expense in bringing the guard back, albeit in a reduced form. Yes, he was right to do so. The most important family in Rizia deserves the most important security force, obviously. I won't let you down, sir. Thank you, Titus. You may wait outside the chambers until the meeting's conclusion. You could have waited outside from the introductions. You know, come in when called. Stand outside the doors. Protocols need to be changed. He nodded swiftly and left the room. Well, noon already. Shall we and the young heiress break for a glass of wine before the council convenes this afternoon? Ooh. Gladly. We still have so much to catch up on. And who am I to turn down Rizian wine, eh? I think your father kept a store of vintage Cantu Ava in one of these cabinets. Thank you for the invitation, Uncle Hugo. He turned to look at my daughter in the eye. What an intelligent and well-mannered young woman you've grown up to be, Your Highness. I know how overwhelming the capital can seem compared to Monkeys. If you ever have questions, don't be afraid to come to me. Vina smiled politely. That's very kind of you, Uncle Hugo. Yes, again, words in head. I don't want to offend him right in the middle of this three-way meeting. So we'll simply deflect. No offers of advice from me. We don't want his advice, but out of the three options again, I wouldn't presume to know better than you, Your Majesty. He's passed the test. Correct answer, Hugo, correct answer. But if I honestly need advice on something, do not mince your words. But of course you can always come to me with questions as well. Vina finished jotting down some notes as Hugo went searching for the wine. Ooh, decree available. Oh, so we've got decrees that are available. So I don't know how these are going to work. Oh my God, royal decrees. So where do these ordinarily... So if we already get rid of these, where do we normally see them? Codex? No. News? I mean, hopefully I have not cancelled those away. Have I cancelled those away? If I've cancelled those away, we can't. This is why I want it to open but turned off. Upper right. What about there? Or here? Oh, look at my signature. Right. Oh, there we go. There we go. Royal decrees. Oh, far. Oh. Oof. Right. I should have asked that question before I started getting rid of them. Nelvisar. Read the report. Nelvisar oil field on verge of depletion. Industry reports reveal that the Nelvisar oil field, once among Rizia's most prolific sites, is nearing the end of its productive life. So this is why we need alternative energy sources. So this is painting a little bit of a background as to perhaps why Rizia might have wanted to partner up with Swordland. Our own oil fields are getting depleted. Coal deposits suspected in Havas. Geologists in Havas have notified us about the potential presence of significant coal deposits, sparking interest for further exploration. Some surveys will need to be conducted. And unveiling the legacy of the Resinid Empire in a groundbreaking development that has captured the Kingdom of Rizia's imagination, archaeologists in the esteemed city of Topes have unearthed remnants of what appears to be a major city from the long-lost Resinid Empire. The extensive layout, marked by grandiose architecture and elaborate frescoes, suggests a significant centre of commerce, governance and culture, reflective of a bygone golden era of prosperity. Interesting. Historical developments there. Right, I'm just going to have to pop to the loo, and then I'll be back, and we'll probably do another half an hour, another couple of events, and then we'll call it a day. A lot of this obviously will probably just be guiding us through certain things, giving us lots of information. In fact, what is the next thing? It's an introductory briefing from the Royal Council. Let's see what they've got to say for themselves. Back shortly. Okay, so we have got these royal decrees that just cropped up actually, so let's just take a quick look at this decree situation. So we've got enacted decrees, none, available decrees. Some of these will probably cost money, so I don't know what the situation is in terms of how many you can act, how many you can't, does it cost anything? So things cost authority. Sovereign, transition and clemency. So this is 2 people are neutral with that. Oh, we got some councillors here as well, which we've not come across yet. Maybe we should leave the royal decrees until we've met the council first. I don't know. Sovereign, transition and clemency. By this royal decree, the kingdom solemnly affirms the transition of the crown within the Toras lineage from King Valero to King Romus. Oh, so this is the one that we have to sign, which basically is tradition, and we're accepting the crown, basically. Concurrent with this auspicious transition, King Romus, in his inaugural act of clemency, extends a royal pardon to 500 individuals convicted of minor offences. What? So this is, we've seen Hugo, we've seen Sal Ignatius, the Grand Wiseman. So this is Lucita, oh, we've heard of her. This is Lucita Azaro. She's the head of basically military and security. We've got the Councillor of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Wild Moustache Man Lorento Esquibel. And then we've got Elena Werner, who is the Treasury lady. So there's slightly less councillors than the first game too. So this one we said that we would sign ASAP because it was obviously tradition. So these other 3, not quite so sure. Launch of anti-narcotics campaigns. Also, all these things cost things. Got 3 people against and 1 person for it. 3 people against it and 1 person. Two people for it. A comprehensive anti-narcotics campaign. Significantly diminished the drug trade, reinforcing public safety and law enforcement efficiency. Okay, interesting. I'll stand by on that one for now. But, I mean, drugs are banned. Do we want to put some more efforts into clamping down on that? Housing for the Poor initiative. This is a proposal by the RPP. How many can you... Yeah, that's a question I don't... I think, yeah, we're not going to sign any more of these until we've had this meeting with the council. But, 2 and 2 and 1 neutral. Housing for the Poor. Public trust and tranquility. Excavation of the ancient city. This is probably good for tourism. Yeah, boost to tourism. Excavation. Historical sites. A renaissance. Everybody's quite happy. 2 neutral, but quite a lot are happy. So, if we were to look at the council's opinions on these 3, if we had to just pick one, this one would be their preference. Me personally... This sounds like it's got some long-term financial implications, to be honest with you. I mean, public trust could be a good one, but no, we're going to hang fire for now on any of them until we have met with our council. So here we go, the introductory briefing from the Royal Council. Music. It was late afternoon when Vina and I headed back to the chambers for the first council meeting. The day was hot and my head still felt slightly fuzzy from the wine we'd shared before lunch. I knew I was about to receive a lot of new information from my councillors. I hoped I could keep it all straight. As we crossed the palace gardens, I had the feeling I was being watched. Suddenly I noticed a young man standing next to the path. His face matched the photograph Hugo had shown me that morning. What's his name? Manon? Begins with an M. Ignore him and keep walking. We don't want to address him as Duke. He wasn't the Duke, was he? Technically speaking, if I remember correctly, what Hugo said. It's quite confrontational. But do you know what? I don't want to ignore him. He's clearly stood there. And I don't want to call him Duke Sazin either. So, yeah. Asking him to explain himself. The man's face flushed. He looked down at the ground. Pardon me, Your Majesty. Oh, Manus, there you go. I suppose you already know who I am? The son of a traitor. We hid their bundles in a flipping car. I'm sorry, this is never been left to lie. Let sleeping dogs lie? No, thank you very much. Not a chance. His fingers almost unconsciously began loosening his tie. Well, in a nutshell, yes. I wanted to introduce myself before our first official meeting. I may be the leader of the opposition, but I'm not your enemy. And if you and I establish a dialogue, I believe we can work wonders for this country. Vina gave him an encouraging smile. Oh, for goodness sake. What did I say when she looked at that picture, eh? Don't be getting any ideas, Vina. Don't. How lovely of you to say that. I'm Vina Toras, by the way. He resisted the urge to laugh. Something funny? I know, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You better not be laughing at my daughter, pal. Are you laughing at my daughter? What's funny about this? Warn him off. Right, I'm not in... formal audience. I do want to speak to him properly, though. I want to hear what his propositions are. Let him put his cards on the table, give us some information to work with. What's his intentions? It's going to probably happen anyway, regardless of what we pick, but... Yes, well... You'll have to request a formal audience, like everyone else. I understand. Looking forward to it, Your Majesty. Your Highness. Vina waved as she walked away. What the hell is... Vina? We're going to have words, Vina, my dear. We're going to... His father put a hood over my head, fearing for my life, bungled me away. Hello? Bloody hellfire. He seems nice. Yes, all snakes do, don't they? Till they bite you. Unless you don't like snakes and then you think they're hideous, of course. Nice, my foot. That man has all kinds of ulterior motives, I'm sure. These things don't move far from, father like father. What's the saying? Like father, like son. No, that's probably not true, actually, because if that's true, I'm going to be a frail old ditherer. Even if I can change, then I suppose... Listen, just don't get too smitten, all right? Keep your eyes in books or something. We continued toward the council chambers. Oddly enough, I still felt like someone had their eyes on us. Oh my God. It's probably more bloody golden guards. There's probably one in each flipping corner. Oh, of course it was. Look back for just long enough to see a flash of gold. Titus, lurking again. Somewhat fishy about it. Look, where Ruicism says curiosity is one of our virtues. We're curious, paranoid, if we're not careful. Curiosity turned into paranoia. We entered the chambers where Hugo was already waiting for us. No sooner had we sat down than a brief rap came at the door. Without waiting for an answer, Lucita Azara rushed in. This is not going to be good news, is it? This is where the music changes. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hang on. No, she's just maybe a person that rushes around a lot. What's the emergency? Is there a fire? The new War and Security Council was younger than I'd imagined. She carried herself with a mix of regal elegance and soldierly authority. Gentlemen, pardon my interruption. Well, clearly there's a fire. She bowed towards me. Please accept House Cesaro's formal congratulations on your coronation, Your Majesty. I motioned for her to stand. Her eye was fixated on my uncle's shirt as she raised herself. The uncle's shirt? Has he not got it tucked in? Hugo, Your Grace, your shirt's buttoned wrong. Hugo, you buffoon. My uncle looked chastised, probably having to stifle that. We like this woman. The geese and me and you thinking alike. I like this woman. Military, she's probably disciplined, follows orders, does what she's told. By the book, we like her. Hugo, fix yourself up, man. You royal mess. Oh, hello, Princess Vina. Your Majesty, may I ask what your daughter is doing here? She's here to learn from the king, as I learned from my father. Please don't mind me, Duchess Cesaro. I'm only here as an observer. Lucita's eyes darted to the door. The king and his direct successor spending so much time in the same room. I hope the Golden Guard knows what's at stake in keeping these chambers secure. We like her. Yep, she's already thinking. Look, both of you, same room. Poof, boodoosh, both dead. Calamity. She's thinking safety first. Oh yeah, we definitely like her. Lucita, we like you very much. General Tadia sends his regards, or he would if he were capable of speaking in full sentences. She was trying to be flippant, but I could sense emotion behind her words. Yes. This must be a difficult time for you, Lucita. Let me know if there's anything I can do. This is probably the nicest thing we've said. Anybody's here will say for quite some time. Is this the same man? What the hell? Yes, when I like somebody, I like them. What can I say? The corners of her mouth twitched downward. I'm not a porcelain doll, Your Majesty. My ability to perform my duties is in no way compromised. Did I suggest that? The others should be right behind me. As if on cue, I heard the voices of Elena Werner and Lorento Esquibel, my treasurer and the Councillor of Foreign Affairs. For dast's sake, Lorento, you don't need to hold the door open for me every single time. I'm not as fragile as I look. I just keep telling you, how could I allow a door to close on such a gorgeous face? I remembered their flirtatious routine from my days on my father's council. Nobody knew whether the two of them had actually had an affair. On seeing me, they dropped the act and assumed a look of deference. Lorento smoothly removed his fedora, revealing a well-oiled mane of grey hair. Oh, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure and an honour to be in this room with you once more. Elena nodded. Her businesslike demeanour briefly softened as she looked at me. I must say it makes me proud to see you in that seat. If you show the same devotion as you did on King Valero's council, you'll make a fine ruler. Yes, well, thank you both. I look forward to working with you. And work we will. We have so much ahead of us. Elena looked fondly at Vina. I'm pleased to see the young heiress here as well. A new Liza the Great in the making. Vina blushed. I wouldn't go that far, but I do hope you'll tell me about your time in Queen Liza's court one day. Oh, I'd love to. There are just a few updates I've got to share with your father first. Once all the councillors were seated, Hugo began. Thank you all for joining us. I'm pleased to have the entire council here for this first meeting. Well, not the entire council. The Grand Wiseman is in Plevo, preparing for the upcoming religious ceremony with His Majesty. But he needn't involve himself in earthly concerns like our royal treasury. He smiled to himself, then gestured to Elena. No, indeed. That's for me to worry about. She put on a pair of half-moon glasses, then reached down into her purse, pulled out a thick leather-bound ledger, and flipped it open. Surely His Majesty has already had some awareness regarding the state of Rizia's economy and resources? Yes, but my daughter would appreciate a refresher course, obviously. Elena smiled at Vina. Certainly. She smoothly adjusted her reading glasses before continuing. Rizia has historically been one of the wealthiest countries in South Macopa, but His Majesty the late King Valero bequeathed us a number of challenges in that department. Where should I start? Start with the government budget. It's healthy, Your Majesty. Since we began trading with Rumberg, we've been running a surplus. It's not as high as it used to be, but I think we should put it to work. All glory to the late Valero, but he had a certain prudence about spending government funds, even when doing so would have made Rizia richer in the long run. Yes, no need to sugarcoat it. He was a miser. See you later, Jam. Enjoy the evening. He had his reasons, I'm sure, but he did miss a number of potentially lucrative investment opportunities. Including, of course, the opportunity to completely modernize the Rizian military. Elena pursed her lips. With all due respect, Duchess Cesaro, I'm not sure the military is the king's #1 focus. She must know things. She knows us very well, it seems. Spent on people, mutiny, industry, and why wouldn't it be? Industries, people, not military, so it's, what is it, yeah, people or industries. Let's go with industries. Can't spend money on people if you've got no money, can you? Very good thinking, Your Majesty. Ultimately, shouldn't that money be spent on the Rizian people? Think of the advances we were able to make during the Liza era due to the Queen's investments in citizen welfare. You recall her famous quote? True prosperity is not defined by the amount of gold in our coffers, but by the health and happiness of each soul within our borders. Goodness me. Yeah, exactly. Welfare is already strong. Keep the enemies close, keep Hugo closer. More pragmatically, a happy and well-fed populace is one that does not rise up against its leaders. And that requires money. Hugo nodded. I will point out that Rizia's wealth and my mother's judicious handling of it was one of the factors that allowed us to survive the century of revolutions. Oh, that's actually agreeing with what she's just said, actually, about the prosperity thing, right? Oh, well. It's not a firm decision, is it? However, those were different times. As a modern nation in an era of increasing superpower influence, we are expected to have a certain standard of military. Yeah, this is the line that we actually are going down about the whole alliance situation. I mean, again, we're allied with Rumberg here. The only trouble with being allied with Rumberg is that Rumberg are actually quite far away, because that was one of the factors, or something that was mentioned in the original game when the alliance between Rizia and Rumberg came into question, and the fact was mentioned that Rizia and Rumberg are quite far apart. But obviously not a million miles away. But yeah, this is our thinking, so well, we shall say it. If indeed we work our alliances well, We don't need to break the bank with the military. I'm not saying that we cut the military funding completely, but we don't have to break the bank for it either. Allies can turn on us, Your Majesty. A loyal, well-funded military is worth its weight in gold. Your enthusiasm is heartening, Duchess Zara. I'm sure you'll have much more advice to share during your own briefing. Any further questions, Your Majesty? What's happening with the gold? Tell me about the gold. It's all about the readies. Well, Your Majesty, gold is still the backbone of the Rizian economy, though production has declined as our reserves begin to exhaust themselves. We have a number of active mines within the country, operated by the Rizian Royal Gold Corporation. Did Hugo exchange glances? And unfortunately, we cannot talk about Rizian Royal Gold without talking about its CEO. Who is the CEO? Why, unfortunately, Your Grace? Do enlighten me. Or do enlighten my daughter, sorry. Your uncle never could countenance the presence of Russello Montoro. Look at the state of him. Rusty. Wealthiest commoner in the country. Okay. But we can't mine gold in this country without him. Mr. Montoro, excuse me, Rusty, currently owns 70% of Rizian Royal Gold. Yes, as much as I respect him, I believe we royals should be in charge of our own gold mines. Just a thought. Just my view on this matter. That will be difficult. I'm not saying it's possible. I've just said that's my view. He looked at Elena. Rusty's first move after taking over the company was to sue your father's government for loss of revenue connected to the Zeal handover. After a very lengthy back and forth, it was agreed that the kingdom's share in RRG be decreased from 45% to 30%. Another of my father's failings. Yes. Yes, the entire company should be nationalised. If you ask me. It's not that simple. I didn't assume it would be. The patent for RRG's proprietary mining technology was filled in Ventry City, Arcasia, and most of its financial assets are kept in Kairoot. In other words, attempting to nationalise the company without Mr. Montor's express approval would strip it of its value. She adjusted her glasses before continuing. RRG may control mining within Rizia, but the royal government is a direct stakeholder in the Meftium International Trade Zone. She unrolled a map on the table and pointed to a region in the east of Morella. The double blow of losing our mines in Zeal and 15% of our RRG stake has made us quite reliant on the gold from the mitts. Lorento stroked his moustache. It was established shortly before you joined the Royal Council, was it not, Elena? The negotiations between Rizia, Valsland, Lesbia and Morella took over a year. When we get Zeal back, will we get its gold back as well? I certainly hope so. Valen has been mining extensively in the region since taking over in 1927. But as per the terms of our agreement, Zeal and all the resources therein will return to Rizian ownership in 1952. My maths was clearly wrong. I thought it was 1951. And at the time of our last survey, there was much more than 30 years' worth of gold in the ground there. Can't we increase our mining efforts within Rizia to make up for the loss? Oh, we can try. There are a number of promising sites that have yet to be explored. We would just need to give Rizian Royal Gold permission to begin excavations, which might involve the expropriation or destruction of noble property, depending on where the mines are located. I saw Hugo wince at that remark. How much say does the government have over operations in the midst? Fair amount. Any changes to regulations or profit shares have to be agreed on by all 4 nations involved. RRG gets a percentage of the MIT's profits for the use of its technology, but we can make decisions without Mr. Montoro's input. That's it for our discussion on gold. Shall we move on? Let's talk about our energy holdings. This is probably a bit more dire. Elena rubbed her hands together. Very gladly, Majesty. This is a new area for us compared to gold, but financial possibilities are intriguing indeed. She pointed at the map in front of her, this time directing our attention to the southern coast of Valenkiris. Though our state energy company is called Rizian Oil and Gas, production of the former has slowed over the years and is threatening to come to a complete halt. The latter, however, shows immense potential. Our most productive gas field is Esquiris, off the coast of Topes. Assuming enough money is invested into its expansion, we can expect it to fuel our kingdom for years to come. Or we can spend our budget elsewhere as we wait for access to the new field south of Kalakabiz. Careful, Mrs. Werner. One shouldn't count one's peasants before they've been bagged. What field would that be? And then looked at Lorenzo and then at me. Well, we're still in the extremely early stages, but we may have at least part of a claim to a substantial reserve of natural gas between the port of Pales and the Rizian island of Kalkabiz. Oh, I'm sure this cropped up in the blurbs in the base game. The conflict between us and the Pales for this newfound oil field. Pales barely counts as a country. Of course we have a claim to the field. Lorento looked uneasy. Whatever our feelings about Pelesian sovereignty, we are bound to respect the protocol. We have teamed up with Pelesian researchers to investigate the field size and borders. Once those are known, it will be easier to determine ownership. Of course, we are liaising extremely closely with Pales to avoid misunderstandings. As we should. Nobody wants a repeat of the last conflict. Well, if the Grand Duchy does not provoke us, we will not provoke them. For now. Not until the time is right, and not over an oil field. Or maybe it could be a good opportunity, eh? Lucita nodded. As much as my family is clamouring for a repeat of the Pales campaign, I think it is best to ignore them. Of course, if Pales shows hostility towards us, we will react in kind, but Rizia should not be the first to resort to aggression. Rena tentatively raised her hand. Excuse me. Yes? I don't know why we're even discussing a military response. We're surely able to reach a compromise using proper diplomacy. Don't interrupt my counsellors. Okay. Well, we're going to have to once again chastise our daughter in front of people. Yes. Vina, please, time to grow up, dear. This is why I have brought you to these council meetings, to open your eyes to things such as this. In real life, there is always a winner, and there is always a loser. Oh, but... Elena gently cut in. We should save this discussion for if and when we know more about the gas field in question. For now, are there any other questions? Tell me about taxes. Historically, our resource-based economy has allowed us to have some of the lowest tax rates on the continent. It's been a real boon for businesses. The central government does collect a flat income tax of 10%. This is mostly paid by workers, since nobles have no income to speak of. Already thinking about extra revenue here. It is low. That was, again, I said it when I read it. I said it, if I said it, I've got to say it here almost, but yeah, that is low. But she's explained why. So yeah, could we generate any extra revenue? Estate or inheritance taxes, perhaps? No, that's going to tick off the nobles. Oh, yeah, we definitely could, but I do happen to think that taxing wealthy nobles makes more sense than taxing the workers who generate said wealth. On the other hand, the current tax code was proposed by the House of Delegates and agreed on by your father. It might not be easy to change it. Yeah, exactly. House of Delegates, will of the people. What did you just say earlier, Hugo? They represent the will of the people. Oh, but they don't get taxed on anything, do they? Interesting. That, if anything, suggests that the will of the people is the last thing on their minds when they're making decisions about decrees. This has surely got to be it. Nor should taxing nobles will be an attack on the very backbone of Rizian society. Yes, our family's investments power half the businesses in this country. Why should we be forced to pay double? I'll drop that for now. I was just merely making a suggestion. But if it becomes feasible, viable, and, well, profitable, I will give it further thought. Very well, Your Majesty. For the record, I'm not convinced either. In terms of our province's individual contributions, the GDP in Valenkiris is off the charts thanks to the wine, gas and tourism industries. Brennus is still suffering the effects of the loss of Isa and Zeal. However, it's made advances in shipping and agriculture alongside its gold mines. The manufacturing concerns in Cades Monteclar are doing very well, to the point that the business councils are complaining about an imminent shortage of skilled workers. Shortage of Rizian workers, Elena. Those vacancies could easily be filled with migrants from Valen and Durdia. That is a slippery slope, Mr. Escobil. Are you familiar with Rizia's two-tier employment system, Your Majesty? Please explain. After the Wayland Civil War, we began granting labour hand visas to Wessex migrants and a smaller number of Durdians. Labour hands may accept employment by Rizian industries, but they don't have the right to social security or other benefits, and there is a cap on how much they are allowed to earn. They now make up most of our blue-collar workforce, with higher-paid jobs held by native Rizians as well as smaller numbers of lesbians, Valgslandians and Rumburgians. The programme did wonders for the economy when King Valero initiated it, but as a result we now have millions of workers in this country who are being treated like second-class citizens. If I recall correctly, those visas were granted to temporary residents. They were supposed to go home at some point, weren't they? That was the initial aim, but Rizia's current-day economy now relies on these workers. All the more reason why they deserve an upgrade in status. Rizia offered Wessex asylum where other countries did not. There must be some limit to our generosity. So we've got the whole unrest situation if we continue down the current line. Expanding their rights could help with a shortage. Again, our kind of mantra was, if it's good for the country, as long as it's not on our doorstep. Although this would apply to them everywhere, wouldn't it, I suppose? But ultimately, we've got a country to run. Yeah, we just got that. It seems like a convenient solution. Not one necessarily what we're going to do right now, but it's one possible solution. And from a security standpoint, allowing migrants to earn more money would curb the kind of black market activities that have been taking place in cities like Isa. Okay, you're making good points. Do you not fear the dilution of Rizian culture and values, Duchess Azaro, or the infiltration of Dasnerists and Golcondists into our Ruhesist society? She shrugged. Societies change, Your Grace, and I don't recall these concerns being raised about the Rumbergians who moved here after our alliance. It is obviously a multicultural nation now. We've already opened the doors, and once the doors are opened, it's very difficult to, well, not only just to close them, but to usher those out that have already been let through, isn't it? Or we could side with the Duchess. It was a good point she's made. But no, we'll go down this line. Here we are. We cannot let the events of the last 2 decades destroy what has taken over 1,000 years to build. The people of this country will accept diversity up to a certain point, Your Majesty. But if they begin to feel their national identity is under threat, there will be consequences. Yes, I shall obviously bear this in mind when decisions need to be made. Right now we're speaking out loud, throwing ideas about, chewing the fat. Which, by the way, is why I wholeheartedly support the Rizian National Coalition's suggestion to impose a tax on non-Ruhesists. Bloody hell. Filling our coffers and rewarding the native Rizian faithful in one go. A non-Ruhesist tax. Hello, Godfathers. Welcome. Hugo fixed Lucita with a defiant stare. Elena looked uneasily at the three of us. She tapped a pencil on the table. We seem to have veered off track. Can we get back to your questions about the economy? Yeah, I think I've got all the information I need now, Miss Werner. Perfect. She glanced down at her notes, her expression contemplative. I'd like to discuss several economic considerations. We should anticipate potential expenses arising from our impending fiscal policies. Expenses? I mean, I do feel like we have covered a lot of ground. I mean, if they've all got to speak... Which was this the economy meeting, or this was the council meeting, right? They all haven't got to go through this entire spiel for every single area, have they? This is going to be a very long meeting otherwise. It's already 10 to 11. But do please elaborate a bit further on this one particular point. The first point to consider is industrial growth. I'm all for expanding production and construction, but we should make sure we have the energy to keep our facilities humming. Okay. Secondly, there's a matter of living standards. Improving the quality of life for our citizens naturally leads to higher administrative expenditures. We're already a very, very, state-wise, we're providing a great service to our people. We have some of the best welfare systems out there, apparently. The reports that lead me to believe. Thirdly, if you do decide to listen to Duchess Azaro and expand our defence capabilities, keep in mind that the cost of upkeep for our armed forces will rise accordingly. So you've got industrial growth, living standards, and military. We've already decided that military is going to be kept to a minimum. So it's a choice between industrial growth or living standards. It seems to be kind of three approaches. We're either going to be pro-industry, pro-people's lives, or pro-military, or any kind of ratio combination of the lot. So they seem to be the three areas to focus our expenses on, at least. Our budget's going to be kind of pumped into one of those three areas, is what I'm getting here. Oh, lastly, energy management. Okay, but that's like grid's capacity. Ooh, wonder if we need to be considering whether we upgrade that then. Okay. Thank you for your insights, Elena. I won't go too over the top. Good to know. I'll make my decisions accordingly. Thank you. Frankly, I'm glad to see you taking such an interest in our financials. Between myself and the House of Delegates, we were able to keep everything running smoothly in the absence of clear guidance from your father. But with a king of your calibre at the helm, there's no telling how high we can soar. Your hard work during my father's decline is to be commended. Thank you. It was indeed quite the stressful time for everyone. I think that's enough for today, but we will have to come to a decision regarding the development of our resources. Gold is where most of our profits are coming from today, and it holds a special place in our history, but I maintain that natural gas would be a more fruitful investment. I'll let you think about it, Your Majesty. Thank you, Miss Werner. That was indeed enlightening. A pleasure to share these chambers with you once more, King Romus. Yes, I am looking forward to our upcoming security briefing. And congratulations on surviving your first council meeting, Your Highness. I found it fascinating, Your Grace. We smiled at each other, not altogether sincerely. My councillors left, and I sat for a few more minutes reflecting on what Elena and the others had said. Interesting meeting. So obviously a lot of it was Elena doing the talking there. Not much from him, a little bit from him. A bit of it from her. Okay. Okay, so there... Ooh, more decrees available. Decrees. So I think we can enact as many decrees as we want. Obviously, needing to put... Let's get rid of all those for a second. Obviously, these are all the new ones, of course. So we'll check those out at the start of the next session, I think. Oh my god. So yeah, so all of these cost... I'm assuming cost a one-time thing. These are hopefully just one-time charges. I can't see them being permanent charges. It says budget, doesn't it? So it just takes from the budget value. We've already got good public transport, haven't we? I thought we already had good public transport. I can't see the point of subsidising it any further either, really. But anyway, we'll take a look at those in more detail off camera, and then I might just go through if I'm going to enact any. I don't know what the significance is of the ticks and the crosses, or whether our decisions impact on what these guys think of us in general as we progress through the game. Establish the Romus Toras Hospital. Wow. Interesting. A hospital named after myself, or a Romus Toras University. Ooh, already getting options to name buildings after us. What kind of a man is this? What kind of a king is this? Yes, interesting. Palavo, we've got the consecration of the king, another nice little public ceremony, which means we'll have to stick the crown on for the start of the next session. We can't be going to public ceremonies without the crown. Meetings with your colleagues, you know, fine, I don't have to have crown on, but when I'm going out in public, I'm going to be seen on this new fandangle gadget called television, I need to be looking the part. And we've also got, arrange a classical concert for the noble houses. Composer Albeni. Okay, so there we go, folks. We have reached the end of this stream. It's been... I started at 7, didn't I? So yeah, this has been a 4-hour stream, which has completely and utterly flown by like nobody's business. But yeah, we are back once again in Suzerain. King Romus Toras, his reign has begun. He's finding his feet. So yeah, we'll see how he goes. He's obviously a very strong person of tradition. He's going to be a very strong person when it comes to religion. Obviously family, quite a family person, but we just have to keep our daughter in line. She's getting a bit out of hand. We're just educating her, basically. She's going to be queen soon. Not too soon, actually. We don't look that old. But yeah, when it comes to our direction, because we've already been getting some hints of some problems that we're likely to be facing here. We've got a drug problem potentially cropping up. We've got to decide what we're going to be pumping our kind of focus on, whether it's military, whether it's the people and their welfare, or whether it's industry. So I'm just going to do a little bit of thinking about that, what line we want to go down in that respect. We've got the whole nobles versus the commoners kind of situation going on. We've got these nationalists, and we've got this kind of the old thing that reared its head last time about the migrants and immigrants situation. We got that to think about, what line and what stance we want to take in regard to that. That might ultimately have to boil down to our religious standpoint, because Golcondists, we're a staunch Ruhasist. So if these immigrants are coming with their false religion, that could be the deciding factor. Yeah, lots to get our teeth stuck into. I don't know how long this DLC is. Obviously, it's not going to be as long as the original game, and you can already feel it's a little bit smaller in scope, because there's less councillors, for example. There's a smaller area with less provinces, so you can already feel it is a little bit smaller in scale. But it's probably still going to be a pretty decently long one. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. So the next stream will be Sunday, so I've got time between now and Sunday, to upskill on Baldur's Gate 3, look at updating my mods and get that sorted, and then just having a quick refresher about the game. And then also, don't forget, we're in camp and we need to get ourselves kitted out to move off to Act 3, so there's a little bit of behind the scenes work to do. So, bearing in mind we've already played for 4 hours, do you feel anywhere like we're halfway through the game in 4 hours? No, of course not. So yeah, 20 hours definitely is probably going to be quite accurate, to be fair. Five streams worth. But yeah, so between now and Sunday, a little bit of that to do. But I've also clearly going to have at least some time to get one more video of this up, and that video that I want to get up is the one where I'm going to start looking at some of the more pertinent codex entries, just to help get us further into the lore of exactly where we are, what's going on, and which people are which. Who do we need to keep our eye on? Who are we likely to be friendly with, etc., etc., just to help to maybe shape some of our decision making as we go forward as well. But yeah, I'll hopefully get that up for you guys probably on Saturday. I'm having a day off tomorrow. I'm doing nothing. And that includes horse racing, because I've done horse racing all week as well. So I'm doing nothing tomorrow. I'm getting up, and all I'm doing all day, because I'm not even going to exercise after what's happened to me today. I'm going to have a day off exercising tomorrow. So I'm just going to play Red Dead Redemption 2 all day and enjoy every single minute of it. So yes, so there you go. But anyway, thanks for staying with me. If you stayed with me for the whole 4 hours, hopefully you'll join King Romus Toras for the rest of his journey, and we'll see how Rizia turns out at the end of his reign. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, folks, what's left of it, wherever you are, and hopefully see some of you on Sunday evening for the return of one certain illusionist gnome wizard. Yeah, but until then, have a good one, and I'll see you soon.